Hello everyone, welcome to World Leaders Summit once again, and today is the second day of World Leaders Summit, 3rd of December. Yesterday we had 30 different countries who came and shared their inputs, their insights. A couple of people shared the opportunity to work with each other. Several of them talked about the mental health issues. Several of the people talked about the technology and the innovation and the structure that they have into their ecosystem. Multiple number of audience they interacted in our live session, and that's the beauty of World Leaders Summit, and that's how we have been running it. So I'll give you a brief. Let me introduce myself. I'm the founder of World Leaders Summit. Apart from that, I'm founder of Virtual Infocom, which is a game development, virtual reality, blockchain apps development, and augmented reality application development. A couple of deep technologies like artificial intelligence, and we run a training institute started back in 1998 in India, one of the oldest gaming company here in India. Our specialty, that the way we started is we started taking real actor and actress. Since 2008-9 onwards, we started taking local actor, actress models, making them as a 3D character to become a superhero into our game universe. We entered into the movie field, we entered into different kind of verticals. While doing business, I felt that why don't I help the ecosystem? Why don't I share whatever I have learned? So far, so good. So since 2008-9 onwards, I started helping entrepreneurs, startups, mainly by mentoring, by angel investment, and we floated our own syndicate of angel and our own accelerator called Co-Innovate Ventures, and our platform for incubation called Entrepreneur Phase. We have got more than 25,000 people who are actively working with us in various different parts of the world with global commodity trading as well as product development and making things happen utilizing hackathon as a concept. So this World Leaders Summit that we floated, we felt that together, why don't we create a common platform to bring all these active people into a common pool so that we have energy flown inside this platform. So this thing happened during the pandemic. Just before pandemic, we had a physical meetup, but because pandemic hit, I saw that this is another opportunity to bring people in utilizing the online platform. So we went global for the first session with 90 plus countries. Initial time, it floated like anything. In fact, during 2020, during 2021, we did several different offline meetup, offline investor roundtable. We did that in Dubai, we did that in India, we did that in a couple of different places like Africa, we did that in Europe. Definitely we are growing and we are looking for your blessings. And today I'm not going to speak a lot about this platform. Rather, we will be having a couple of amazing people who will be speaking, talking from their heart. And I am blessed to have a person like Nina with me. Nina is taking care of the entire UK region as an ambassador of World Leaders Summit. I'll give a brief about what is ambassador program and how everything happens. Ambassador program is basically a by invitation program wherein we see someone who wants to do something good for the community, for the society. We invite them inside our council. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in World Leaders Summit, we have councils where we have different age verticals. Maybe I'll talk a lot about that, but we are taking people who really want to give back, who really want to get back at the same time. So Nina is another powerhouse wherein this ambassador program allows anyone to join us and grow with us globally. They can float any kind of local program. They can create any kind of online program. We support them with our speakers, with our network, with our business people, with our funding capacities, with our investors pool. For an example, if you're floating any kind of program in your country for maybe startup pitching, we help them with our investor pool, with the structure that we have, so that everything goes proper and make things beautiful. So we are waiting for our first speaker. Before that, I'll give the mic to our amazing superpower, supercharged ambassador Nina to speak a few words. Then we'll move towards our another speaker. Eventually, we will run the program. Thank you. Over to you, Nina.
Thanks so much, Harajit. What an amazing man he is. Once you get to know him, you'll know that he's definitely somebody worth networking with. He has so much knowledge. But I wanted to welcome everyone from all around the world. I know that I'm based in London here, so we're sending you lots of love wherever you are. For our counterparts in the USA, EST, I know there were quite a few people that are going to join today. It's 7 o'clock in the morning there. And I know in Delhi, it's coming up to 20 to 6 in the evening, just past midday here in the UK in London. So with that, I'm going to say that this is the place to be to network. This is the place where you will learn a lot of information from specialists in their own structural capacity. And it's also a good place where you can probably ask a question that maybe you wanted to ask a professional, but never really had the chance. So you can ask that question. So if there's anything that when the speakers do say something and you think, actually, I want to know more, then please send us a little message and we can ask the questions for you. So it's going to be a jam-packed Saturday full of amazing people. Can't wait. And remember, the World Leaders Summit is carrying on this World Leaders Summit for a couple of days. So do keep coming back, do keep listening. And I can't wait to get to know you. Thank you.
Thanks, Nina. We are just waiting for our first speaker, Farooq. So probably we will have him very soon, and we can see that another speaker who was supposed to speak, he is probably volunteering in Qatar World Cup. He already joined us as well. Not sure whether he will be able to speak or not. But yeah, I will request Komal, if you're there. Komal, are you there with us? Kamal Bahadur? Kamal, are you there?
Yes, I'm there very much.
Yeah. Can you please turn on your video? Yes.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear. Super. So it's completely up to you, Kamal. Like the stage is yours. You can probably present your speech in front of everyone. So we are already live. If we have any question, I'll take that question from social media and ask you. In the meanwhile, Nina will be hosting you. Yes, please continue.
Okay. Okay. So good evening from India. It's a pleasure to be here. I've seen the amount of interest that is being generated by this platform, and I'm thankful to WLS and Orijit, to you also for inviting me to share my opinion and views. So basically today, my intent is to communicate my learnings from India across different states and basically the rural entrepreneurship landscape in India. So I will be sharing the things, and I think it's in a lecture mode, or we will have some question answers also, Orijit.
We'll be having question and answer, Kamal. That's the format. So you can talk solo for 15 minutes and then you can have the question and answer. This is live happening, so you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So
could I just request, Kamal, that you speak a little bit louder, because some people might not be able to hear because the audio is slightly low. That would be amazing.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So I have to just increase the audio. Let's see. Yeah. Is it audible now? Okay. Thank you. So basically, I will try to present the crux of my journey with rural entrepreneurship across different states of India over last 22 years. So I will begin with the story of a rural woman turned entrepreneur, Taraben. So I started my journey from Gujarat, and basically from Kutch region. The geography is tough, more of a dry area. So it's a border area with low rain no agriculture, sandy, terrain. But when we, interacted with Sarabin, she said, I know how to do the embroidery. She had been doing it for, ages. So, how to make a business out of it? That was the prime question. So, she herself gave the solution. Look, what we are doing as per, our association, our ethnicity, the caste, the community that we belong to. So from there, he, you know, gave us the solution. You can make a difference if you try to implement our ideas, our views, and to make it a business proposition. Today, the brand that I worked with is known as Kasab. I started my career with that, and today it's a very good brand. We can see everything. So that was the beginning. So basically, the focus today is, I share the challenges and excitement of rural entrepreneurship in India. So moving from Gujarat and then working in different states across India, what I realized, I will be sharing with everybody here. So if we look at the problem side of it, I think that will, make a foundation for the real solution that we are looking at. Basically, if we start, what happens when we go to the rural areas uh, with the notion that, okay, entrepreneurship is the best solution to the needs, wants here, economic empowerment uh, will be a great solution to the uh, problem of breaking the poverty cycle, because poverty and development are correlated. So, and I will not go into the theory, but my experience was, whenever we go, we means experts go in the field. Sometimes what happens with the data and the information that we have, we go with a preconceived notion that yes, we have to make a difference. We will, tell them some of the steps that will help them to, scale up their skills, to organize and formalize their businesses and compete with the market. So what really happens is that we go with our framework and try to impose. But looking at the real success stories over the period, what I have realized, what Lao Tse said, go to the people, live with them, work with them, and when the work is done, people will say, we have done it. So this is really what results into a successful enterprise and a sustainable development thing. Uh, how I have learned the thing. So I have given you one example of Gujarat, and after that, working with a community uh, that is we term that as a vulnerable community, uh, and that is person with disabilities. And today we all are here. 3rd December is the World Disability Day. So the experience after the earthquake amazing, because many people who were so-called normal, physically able, they have to succumb to the situation, and they were a person with disability. So what to do? The whole life has changed. So the best thing is, if you have the economic strength, financial strength, then you are recognized in the society. So what to do? So it's not about big government programs. It's all about you know, working with them. What can you do? What best can you do? So my learning is, best point to start with is to start with the skills, capacities that they already have. So try to build, whole business proposition around that. And uh, experts, people who are well connected, they have the responsibility to give them an enabling environment. So after doing that, today, if I reflect, I find that some of them are, doing very good. They are working at the national level with their product as well as their services. So this is how the journey is. Now, talking about my current engagement, I work on a hilly region that is Uttarakhand, one of the states of India. There, how we started, there is it's a government initiative of supporting the rural enterprises, and that envisions that with decrease in government jobs, with rampant migration from the hilly terrain, how reverse migration can happen, and second, how the woman power in this part of the region can be connected to the market, so that once they have the economic strength, they can change the overall landscape, overall overall landscape of the economy, the ecology, and with the correct market connect, there will be a sustainable income in the region. So again, I would like to narrate a small story of one entrepreneur with whom we are working, and we are mentoring her, Saraswati Devi. She, with all the problems in the life, wanted that she should have her own enterprise, her own business, not an enterprise, but a business. So, what skills that she had, when we engaged with her, she shared that, okay, I know only making pickles. I'm good at culinary skills. So, what can I do, and how can I scale up? So, step one by one, we engaged with her. We developed the milestones, and now when previously when she joined us, he was barely earning 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees a month. Now, after 1 year's intervention, she is well placed with 75,000 rupees a month. And not only herself, she is also supporting fellow women because uh, she needs more hand to grow. So this is the journey that motivates. My opinion, what are the pitfalls that we generally fall in the process of rural incubation, that we go to them and then try to motivate them by giving the example of unicorns. Look, this is how startup is, and you can grow, you can get the funding, and this is the very rosy picture. But what really we need to understand, we have to build our strategy as per their capacities, and gradually, with handholding and professional support, they can be uh, linked to the market, and the impact is amazing. After Saraswati, there are nearly 40 or 42 people in the region, not only women, but men folk also. They join the incubation program, and after mentoring and market linkages, they are on the path to become the enterprise.
Super,
Basically,
super. I'm so sorry,
yeah,
Kamal, but we have a tight schedule for 15 minutes for every speaker. And
yeah.
it's like, if you may conclude your speech, it will be great,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
that I can give the
So,
mic to the next speaker. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So I think the overall learning or the crux of my learning is, if we have a problem statement, the solution basically lies with the stakeholders. If we engage with them and formulate strategies around them, basically a sustainable success is possible. So this is it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A quick question from my end. When we are talking about rural business people, how much innovation they can actually do, and what is their innovation strategy? In one-liner answer, please.
Absolutely. They are quite innovative in terms of whatever inputs or hand holding that is given to them.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
So may I request our next speaker, Ahmed? Ahmed is from Egypt and a dear brother of ours, definitely our ambassador taking care of that particular region, graced us with his presence. I know it's a different time for him, and I just woke him up early like anything. So if you can turn on your video and audio both, it will be great. Kamal, please stay with us. We will be having questions very soon in social media. We'll be asking you. Ahmed, over to you. I guess you want to speak about crypto and the future of crypto. So please.
Okay, I'm happy to be with you. Firstly, and sorry for being a little bit late because there isn't a big difference in timing between Egypt and India. I'm sorry, but I can't not be here with you, Arjit, and all your guests, and I'm happy to be with you and to speak a little bit about crypto and about the future of the crypto and what will happen in the future. And I'm talking about the next 2 years, not 10 years or more. And as you know, I told people when it will be down in crypto and it will be up. So I have a little bit information technology about that field. So let me say that the future is about people, and if we are talking about people, we are talking about crypto, because crypto and blockchain gives the people the power to control everything. And what's happening now in crypto markets and the down is being in, that's actually, we know that before it's happening by analyzing the markets. So what will happen in the future, as I see, that all the power come back again to the people, not only the government. And now the government understand that and joining the blockchain technology and the crypto field with all its power. Literally, every country I travel to, every government I'm traveling to, and you know that for sure, Arjit, they are talking about how they can join the blockchain, how can join the crypto without being in a big mess. And that's mean that all the future is going to blockchain, because the blockchain is not only about just cryptocurrency, and cryptocurrency is one of the applications, but blockchain technology is about connecting people without limits. And in seconds, you can transfer something from here to there without all the bureaucracy between that. That actually mean that all people now joining. And if we are looking about the analyzing markets, we will see that 44% of the Arabian world, and we're talking about the Middle East, joined the crypto in the last 2 years. And the North America, North America, 40%, and we are talking about more than 15 around the world now joining the crypto field. That's mean there's a huge market over there, and all the future is going to be there. That's actually my point of view, and I'm working in trading, so so that's mean when I'm telling you that people are joining blockchain technology and the crypto field, there is a big opportunity. But in the same way as there are big opportunities, there are a big scams point. So the only, or we can say one of the main reasons that stop people joining that there are a lot of scams people joining the market and think that crypto is just making any token and just collecting money and going away. But if we were going to see it like what's happening with FTX when he's trying to play with people, he fell down at the end and everything explosion. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that all the future is going to be in crypto and on blockchain technology especially. And we now seeing NFT, metaverse, crypto, smart contract, and also the huge evolution actually. So all the world is transforming from a point to a point. And if we backed in the past and we're looking about how the money is being created and how it went from gold now to currency and then to blockchain, we understand that holding a hodl any crypto now is like hodl a coin of gold like 20 years ago or 30 years ago. So my advice to all the people, hodl your crypto, especially Bitcoin, and look at the future and study the white paper of every project and the trusted people in that project, and then you can join it. Not just any cryptocurrency going up, but you have to look after what your money investing in. It's actually literally it's look like any real project in real life. You have to understand what's the project about. You have to see what's will happening and what the future is about this project, and then you will join it. Not only just join it. Thank you, bro.
So what kind of, if we talk about coins, Ahmed, what kind of coins we are talking here? Bitcoin is of course one example. Ethereum is another example. But if we skip both of these coins, like Ethereum and the famous one, and we have seen that the market went down as well, right? So what is your
Yes.
suggestion as a crypto investor? What they should hold and how they should hold?
Okay. If you are talking about my advice about what's happening now in the market, and we can see that the big points went down, the big coins went down. At the same time, there is a lot of small coins went up because it depends on the project. But I told people like 3 or 5 months ago that crypto will going down from May will going down and it will hit lower than $20,000, and no one believed me in that time. But actually, if we are looking to the chart and we analyze it with a simple way, we can see what will happening. But if you bought crypto now or like 3 months or 4 or 5 months ago, it's like 34, 35, you have to hold it at least 1 year, because what will happen, as I told, what will happen in the past before it's happening, and it's happening literally, what will happen in next 2 years or year and a half, that crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum will going up. Bitcoin will hit more than 150,000 US dollar again. And you can take it for granted, because what I told about the Ethereum and how much it will reach exactly, it reached in the day I told about. And the down, I told about it. But actually, I'm not an astrologist or something. It's just analyzing the market. So what's happening now in markets, in crypto markets, it's trading. And it's literally look like any other project you are buying in. There is a dip, there is a pump. So you have to understand and have to know when you buy, when you sell. So my advice now, if you want to go into crypto, you have to trade, daily trading in small coins, not the big ones. If you want to hodl something, you have to hodl it at least, if you are talking about today, 1 year. And by the way, it will back again to 20,000 in next 1 month, but it will going down again.
Right. And when we are talking about basically a lot many projects which is there in as a scam, how do people will understand what is scam? Number one. Number two, which is very, very important. How will you quantify a crypto coin? Because yesterday we have been having a real estate panel, and there was a question from social media. Someone wanted to invest using crypto to buy some real estate property, and the property builder They gave an answer straightforward that he is clueless how to quantify these cryptocurrencies. So please tell me.
Okay, so let me answer the first question, because the second question, the best person will answer it is you, Arjit, actually. So I will answer the first question about the scam coins and how you can understand. Let's say something easily and about that. If you are going to a market and you find a new chips, no one knows its name, and it told you if you buy these chips, you will have a bodybuilding. You would believe it? Sure, no, right? The crypto field is the same. If you are joining and you want to buy new crypto, you have to see the white paper. So white paper is saying what I will do as a coin in the future. And then you will look to the people who is doing that. If they have a previous project, if they have a good CV, if they have a real good CV, if they're doing well, so you can join the coin. And at least you like testing with a small bit amount of money. And then what the project is doing, then you are joining it. But if you saw in a coin that it's performing too much up, there is a scam in that, because scammer needs someone hungry about money. So you have to understand with steps, small steps. And unfortunately, almost a lot of people, almost the people who are joining scam coins, they knowing that it's scam coin, but they are like betting that I will get out with my money before they scam us. So the main problem is about that we actually can understand easily that there is scam going or no by looking at its white paper and what it's doing and how it was performing before. That's the main point. It's not about people are talking about. It's like we are talking about Dogecoin and Elon Musk. Elon Musk, when he's saying about Dogecoin, all the trader told people don't buy Dogecoin because there is no principles to buy it. You just buy it because someone was talking about it's not a coin. It's not a coin. It's literally scam. You will be scammed. So you have to understand that it's not, we are not joining because people told us about something. We are joining because there's a white paper, there's a project, and this coin will make profit in the future. That's what's happened after that. The Dogecoin has fell down again. A lot of people lost the money, them salaries, and what they were saving. And that's what actually we are talking about. But if you are talking about the real estate project and connected with the coin, no one will tell us more than about you, Arjit, about that. So I will leave this question for you, bro.
Amazing.
Because you know you have before that about this project.
True.
Sorry, Nina, I was talking. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that I think Ahmed's the person that anybody needs to go to find out about cryptocurrency. And it can be quite bewildering when you don't know about cryptocurrency, the metaverse, NFTs. So if someone breaks it down for you, then that's what you need to find that person, you know, and everyone needs a coach because we can't know everything. What I would say though is if you are worried, you always have things like ledgers, so you can take your money off whichever site you've got it on and keep it safe yourself, as Ahmed would also agree. But thank you so much for sharing that. Did you have any questions for Ahmed Arajit, or are we going to move on to the next speaker?
I will request Ahmed to stay with us. I can see someone is writing in social media. Let it come, but let the next speaker go next, and I will.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have lots of questions for you, Ahmed, because it's a subject that a lot of people want to know more about. So do please stay on and grace us with your presence. So the next person that's coming in is all the way from Nepal. So welcome. We have Tulsi Ram Pandey. Are you here? I can see you at the bottom. Would you like to unmute and switch your camera on and please give us your 15-minute presentation? Thank you. Hi, Tulsi, can you hear me? Seems Tulsi's not quite connected or maybe not ready. As we were saying, if you do have any questions for anybody that speaks, please send the questions in and we will go through them later on. So, you know, we've got to make them work, so to speak. But it'd be really good if everyone can engage from the public. So if you have any comments, please share with your friends and let them know what's going on today, because we've got an amazing array of people from all around the world. I'm going to give Tulsi another call. Tulsi, can you hear me? Mm.
We got Farooq back, and I have got a question, Nina. It's an interesting
Okay,
question
sure.
from social media. Let me ask it to Ahmed. The question from Alia: how do I make money from crypto and convert that into real money?
Okay, it depends on if you want to make in short term or long term. If you want to make in short term, so you have to understand how to trade and learn how to trade. Then you can make money without big working. If you want to make money in long term, so you have to hold one of the fifths Bitcoin and hold it at least for 1 year. So it depends on what you want. And there are also more than steps like staking and putting in investing company, a lot of others. But that's the two main point of making money from crypto.
Super. Nina, shall we do something cool? Like we got a speaker from Nepal, which is near Himalayas, and then we have another speaker from Ghana, our dear friend and brother.
Wow.
So shall we go and fly to Africa, have some good food, and then come back to Nepal? Is it possible?
Yeah, definitely. I know that Tulsi's having a few issues with her audio, so we'll come back to Tulsi and let's check out a little bit of Africa.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Farooq.
Thank you very much, global community. It's such an honor to be part of this very important convergence. I want to humbly commend my brother, the founder of the World Leader Summit, for the impeccable work he's doing. I also want to commend the team at the World Leader Summit for the resilience. This morning, my technology, my devices have been tested, but it took resilience to be there. And it's all born out of the leadership of welcome to Africa, the world's greatest continent. We give the world most of the resources that is needed to drive the world. Today, my conversation mainly was focused on leadership, being a catalyst and a pathfinder. I think as leaders, it's important that we describe ourselves as catalysts, as pathfinders, one that is seeking to aggregate forces, energy towards a greater goal. By looking at a leader being a catalyst, it takes me to my ritual, narrative by describing the CEO title as a catalyst, empowering others, as a chief extra mile officer, or as a collective eating organizer. So when you look at leadership and maybe even the CEO role, when that comes there to under chief servant to offer your best foot for this development is at heart. Once you look at the collective development of everybody in the pool, it helps to impact whatever we're doing, whatever objectives that
It looks like we have some audio issues, unfortunately.
You know, Nina, however we try to connect the world together, our dearest friend internet is showing a lot of gracious issues, so that we are dependent on internet so much that even though Ahmed is trying his best to teach us about crypto, the dear brother internet is saying that no, I'm not going to give you any kind of opportunity. So Ahmed, you better create a technology to bypass this 15% use of Ethernet. For the world, there is an 85% free Ethernet which is there, which is unused. Maybe as a startup, you think of a technology wherein you can use these 85% free Ethernet so that we can use it and have some unbiased, uninterrupted conversation. So maybe that's an opportunity for all of us. Anyway,
I think Ahmed will be helping us create this in the metaverse, I think, in the future. So World Leader Summit will be the first metaverse networking platform, I think. Shall we move on and come back to,
Yes, please.
I know
guess
Tulsi,
we can-
Tulsi, you're here. We could go to Tulsi and then
We
we
can.
could go back to Farouk when he returns. I think that's probably best to keep things going. Hi, Tulsi, welcome from Nepal. I see that you're wrapped up. Actually, Farouk's just come back. Let's see if he has audio. Farouk, can you hear us? Hi, Farouk. Right, you're muted. If you want to unmute and carry on, we lost you.
Can you hear
Thank
me
you.
now?
We'll be with you soon, Tulsi. Thank you.
That's fine. That's fine. Hello, is it clear?
Everything is fine, my brother. You can continue. Yeah.
Yeah, so I left off where I was actually emphasizing on how leaders should look at the collective development in terms of how everybody can grow as a team, as a force. Once that is embedded in a leadership trait, you could realize that it resonates across board. Anybody who is called to step in the leadership mantle is working with a standard that has been, put in place by predecessors. So it goes a long way to impact the process. From generation to generation, there's a standard that has been set. If when you look at Africa, our very own Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who is the founding father of African Pan-Africanism, has set a certain standard that everybody is going by, which is selflessness. As leaders, it's important to look at leadership as a selfless endeavor, and it's one that is definitely going to resonate across board. It's one that is going to stick to the leadership regime every time that somebody steps to the table or to the plate to lead. So it's my collective call. That is why it's important for us. That's why every time Arijit does this convergence, it's important that we motivate each other, because we are here to unite as leaders. We are here to learn as leaders. We are here to motivate each other as leaders so that the global economic advancement is achieved and we also achieve global good. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share my 2 cents. It's always an honor to be here to converge and discuss leadership conversations and other various topics. I'm honored to be here. I want to apologize for the challenges I've had today in terms of my device and my internet. I'm looking forward to the conversation ahead. I'm here to learn. I'm also here to impact. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Amazing.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. For the world, to be very honest, due to network challenge, maybe Farooq couldn't speak simultaneously, but he's a powerhouse. So he floated the entire structure with us with a common concept of making things forward, making things with the entire African continent so that we can make things smooth, better, proper. So that's how the entire structure he proposed in October. And
Amazing.
had an amazing blasting event in Ghana itself, powered by World Leaders Summit. And he has been published in national newspaper, as well as in TV, as well as in media.
Wow.
So he is just a powerhouse. So
Amazing.
yeah.
So thank you so much, Farouk. Please hang around because we might have some questions for you later. And welcome to everyone else that's joined us. Like I see, we have Afghanistan joining us. I know we will have America joining us, but we're going to go back to Nepal. And we're going to go to Tulsi for now. And then we're going to hear, hopefully, from somebody else shortly after. So can I ask Tulsi to unmute himself and switch on the camera so we can see your gorgeous faces. And remember, send out messages to your friends and family and people that you think would benefit from listening to all of these amazing speakers that we have here today. So without any further ado, Tulsi, I'll give you the mic. You need to unmute yourself, Tulsi. Just click on the microphone so we can hear you.
Tulsi, we can't hear you. Just unmute yourself. There is a button called
It's on the bottom left-hand side at the bottom, and you can just click on there and it'll unmute you if you're on a laptop. We have had some technical issues today, so everyone just bear with us for a few minutes. I'm sure we'll be able to hear Tulsi very shortly. Seems like we're still having issues listening and being able to hear you, Tulsi. Is it something you can you unmute him, Marajit? Is that possible?
No, I
I'm not
tried my
sure. No,
best.
he has to do it. Okay, not to
I
worry.
can't control yet. Anyway.
I don't know, you're a man of many talents, you know, I won't put anything past you. Okay, unfortunately, Tulsi, we can't hear you. So if you keep trying to come audible, then we can hear you shortly. But until then, just to keep things going, are we okay to go over to Afghanistan to Safila?
Yeah, if Safila is there, if you can.
Safila, are you there? Are you able to unmute and join us with your presentation while we wait for Tulsi? He may have nipped out to get himself a cup of tea, I'm not sure. Safila, hello, welcome.
Hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope all of them are fine. And so I'm ready. If you are giving me the time, so I'm ready to present my presentation.
Yes, definitely. Take it away. Thank you.
Welcome. So shall I start?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity, and it's a great honor for me to be here among all of you speakers and delegates around the globe, and it's a great pleasure and honor for me to having you all here. And it's after 1 year, sort of my first time to talk in such a big summit. And this is a big proud for me because I'm now talking from a corner of my room. You know the current situation in Afghanistan, and it's a really proud moment for me to talk in this big summit under this condition, in this circumstances. So that's why I came here to talk and raise my voices for all the people who are involved in the volunteering community and such a summit. For this, I have prepared a presentation, and my topic is about volunteerism in 21st century. Because I choose this topic because of two reasons. Firstly, I myself is I am a proud volunteer, and I have been involved and different networks in different organizations, and my doing volunteering activities in different organizations, not only in Afghanistan, but as well as different parts of the globes. So secondly, I choose this topic because World Leaders Summit itself, majority of speakers, as far as I know, that came to this summit, most of them are volunteer, or they may have many followers, they may have their own organizations. That's why I choose this topic to encourage, to motivate the people who are here to spread the culture of volunteerism in their own community, in order to have the good community, in order to serve our community, not to serve above selves, in order to serve different society in different parts of the globe. So here I have made a presentation, so I will not share it. So I will talk directly because it's a live session. So if you give me some moments, let me open my presentation.
At the same time, if you can turn on your video, if it is possible. Yeah.
I was just about to say, we can't
Okay.
see you at the minute, and we'd love to see that amazing red tie you've got on. So
Okay, can you see me now?
no, we can't. I saw you at the beginning.
Actually my video is on. I don't know, there may be internet issue.
Yeah, the internet's really doing us bad today, isn't it, Arajit? Okay, we will continue.
Yeah,
So we can hear your message.
Yeah, is it
But
okay now?
we
It
don't
is
have
okay,
visuals.
so I will continue.
Please continue, but
Okay.
we don't have a visual.
Okay, it's good. So as I told you that I have to let me share. If you have no issue, I will share my screen. So is it no problem? Okay. Sorry for it. Share. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah,
Yes, we can. It's all very clear,
Yeah, is it visible? Yeah, now? Thank
very
you.
visible.
Okay, this is the first slide of myself, my presentation. That is all the speakers' pictures, as you know, all of them. So here is the second. That's the second slide, which is only my own poster. This is the flag of Afghanistan, as you know. So my topic is also mentioned there here in this slide. So I have mentioned that volunteerism World Leader Summits. Before I told you that why I choose this topic. I choose this topic because the World Leader Summit is itself a volunteering organizations. So as far as I know, majority of the speakers who have attended this summit, all of them have their own organization, their own startups, their entrepreneurs, their volunteers, and I choose this topic to encourage and motivate the speakers and the attendees of this conference and this summit to spread the culture of volunteerism in their own community. So here, this next slide is, I will talk something about the importance of volunteerism in 21st century. So here are some questions that it will be discussed during my presentation. That first question will be, what's volunteerism? The second question will be importance of volunteerism. The third question will be volunteering activities. Fourth, involvement of people in volunteerism in 21st century. The fifth will be the benefits of volunteerism. And the final will be the conclusion. Here I have mentioned the volunteerism definition that I will present my topic that many people will think what is volunteerism. And here I have mentioned two common definition of volunteerism in 21st century. That first, volunteerism is the practice of providing time rather than for financial benefit. In an employment-related context, volunteerism is concerned with the methods and tools employers use to support employees that want to volunteer. The second definition here I have written that volunteerism is described as an unpaid activity where someone gives their time to help a not-for-profit organization or an individual who they are not related to. This was two common definition which I've mentioned. So here I have mentioned some of the main common benefits of volunteerism that people may ask us that why we should do volunteer, that there is no financial gain, there's no financial benefit for us, so why we should be volunteer for our own community. Here I have mentioned some benefits of volunteerism, that why we should be volunteer for our own community and for our own organizations. The first, which I have mentioned here, is one of the benefit of volunteerism is the connect you to the others. So whenever you are doing volunteering activities for your organization or in an organization, or you are directly involved for your community, so the first benefit that it will bring to you is connecting you to the people, connecting you to different background people, connecting you to different people with different experiences. So it will be very benefited to you. So the next benefit will be good for your mind and body. It will rest you because you will be involved. You will be not at home. You will be involved with different background. You will be involved with different culture. You will be involved with different people with different skills. That's why you will learn. Your mind will be very restful. The third benefit of volunteerism can advance your career. So for example, you are doing volunteering activities in a professional organization. In an organization, there will be different people with different experiences, with different qualifications. So you will learn from those people who have good experiences, good skills, and good qualifications. So it will your skills and your knowledge will be increased, and your CV will be fortified because of these experiences you are getting through those activities you are doing in that organizations. The fourth benefits here I have bolded brings fun and fulfillment to your life. So you will be involved. You will be not you will be not jobless. You will be involved with different background, with different people, and with different personalities. So that's why you will have fun. You will be involved. You will be engaged with the people, and you will not be exhausted from any moment of your life. So here are some other benefits that I have mentioned as well. And the first helps you make new friends and contacts, as I have mentioned before. The second increases your social and relationship skills. Third, volunteering is as a family. So for example, you're going to work in an organization. So there may be a group of 10 to 15 people and you are doing volunteering activities. So that will not be a professional and official organization. That will be like a family. You will be like a family. You will be like a friend. You will share your personal issues, and you will have good moments and good fun. The fourth, increases self-confidence. Fifth, combats depression. Sixth, helps you stay physically healthy. Seventh, can provide career experience. Eighth, can teach you valuable job skills. As I have mentioned before, it's the next slide will be discussed about why is volunteering is important. Before in last slide, I have talked about the benefits, and now it's why I will talk about why it's important. So here also I have mentioned some points which I will read for you. Volunteering is important because it provides access to non-profit organizations and other causes aimed at bettering the community. Several charities and other organizations rely on volunteers to achieve their goals and remain productive. Without volunteers, these non-profits are not able to function at their highest level. Here, some points are mentioned for the importance. First, saves money that non-profits would need to spend on paid employers. Helps meet local needs required for the community to function at its best. Third, supports families and other individuals in the community who cannot support themselves. Offers personal benefits to the volunteers themselves, including improved well-being and decreased stress. Fifth, helps volunteers build valuable experience. Is about the motivation, encouragement, that how we should encourage and motivate other people and the people or the young generation to be volunteer and to do something for their own community. Here I have mentioned some bold points, and as well as some key points that it will encourage and motivate the people in the organizations, the young generation, to be volunteer for their own community, for their family, for their society, for their organizations. Here I will read it one by one. There are some 5 key and bolded points which will motivate every individuals to be volunteer. First thing will be, it will be an honor when you are going to be a volunteer for your communities. Of course, you are doing something for your community. That will be a honor and pride for you. Not only pride and honor for you, but your family, but for your colleagues, for your community. The second, it will become a culture. It will become a culture for each society, that all the society and community will be encouraged to do something for their own community and to be a volunteer of their own society. The third things, which in these days are very important in 21st century, and nowadays it's a needs, to be a volunteer for your community, for your family, for your society. It is a need currently. The fourth point, that volunteering is as kind of networking. So you'll find different people, you will find good friends, you will find people with different skills, with different knowledge, with different personalities, with different qualifications. So volunteering is also as interconnections. So it will connect each other, it will connect each year. So here there are some other points that encourage the people to be a volunteer. It's around 18 points, which I will read it. First, to meet new people or make new friends. Second, to establish a track record to get a new job. Third, to Third, to try out a new career. Fourth, to help solve a community problem. Fifth, to pay back to your community. Sixth, to get recognitions from your own organization, from your community, from your society, from your friends. Seventh, to impress employer. Eight, to make contact among community leaders, to gain prestige. 10, to be in charge of something. 11, to learn something new and gain status. 12, to build self-esteem. 13, to do something different. 14, to help another person. 15, to be part of a prestigious group. 16, to gain respect. 17, to meet potential employers. 18, to make a business contacts. It was all about the motivation, encouragement, that all these points were the motivation points, encouraging points that we should encourage and motivate the people to be volunteer of your own community. It's the next slide. Here I've mentioned some main figures that it's a global statistic on volunteerism. So there are some four figures which I have mentioned commonly. It's around 917 million people are engaged in volunteering activities and all over the world. The second bullet point, it's $1.348 trillion, 2.4% of global economy are engaged in volunteering activities. 17% direct volunteers, 13% through organizations. So volunteering activities not only dedicated to individuals and not dedicated to only organizations. Some people can do their own volunteering activities directly to their community, to their family, and to their society. But some people are very eager to do their volunteering activities through volunteering organizations. So it's two figures that you see. That's one. Majority of the people are direct volunteers, and around 30% of the people are engaged. They are involved in volunteering organization. They are doing their volunteering activities through some organizations. Here, the next very encouraging point, figures which I have mentioned here, and I took this from one of the famous website of the world. 57% of the volunteer people are women in the world. 43% are men. So see here, so it's that, as you know, the gender equality is one of the main goal of SDG 17 and one of the main goal of United Nations. So here the women's are more than
We lost the sound, I guess. If you can check.
men and engaged and involved in volunteering activities. And this is here I have brought some. Okay, am I audible now? Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes. You can turn off your.
Okay, sorry.
Maybe you can turn off your screen share if you want to.
Yeah, I'm very much sorry because there are some interruptions and
No problem.
connectivity issues. So here in this slide, I have mentioned and brought some main famous organizations who are doing volunteering activities, and they are you may also know about this. The first organization which they are involved, it's a volunteering organization. My Body is My Buddy. This is mainly founded in USA, and this another one is the Hope Ambassadors. The third one is very famous for you and for others, that it's UN Volunteers. It's UN itself have their own platform for volunteering activities. The fourth one is Rotary International. You may have hear about this name, about this organization that I'm also I'm also part of this big organization, prestigious organization.
I'm a Rotarian as well.
Yeah, very good. So proud. Rotary Club of Kabul City, one of the club which is doing their activities under Rotary International, and which I am currently the treasurer, and I was the president of Rotary Club of Kabul City last year. And so it's very proud for me. And the next organization is a Global Goodwill Ambassador. You may also hear about this organization, which this organization founded by the person.
I'm so sorry about the interruption, but this is a solo speech. So if you can just keep your speech with your topic and subject line, not promoting a couple of other organizations, it will be great. This is without promotion platform, please. Yeah.
Okay. I will only mention this organization names. Here, the other organization, Global Goodwill Ambassador, and the other organization is engaged in volunteering activities, volunteering options, and the other organization is Global Volunteers. These are all some famous organizations which are proudly doing something for the community, for the global. So it is. It was all about the major organization. So here I came to the conclusion point. So it was all about my slides and points about the volunteerism. So here I have mentioned two bold sentences here that I will conclude my presentation with this famous slogan that first, life is nothing without being volunteer and helping others in 21st century. I believe on this because it is around 10 years I'm involved in these activities, and it is a great honor and proud for me. That's because I'm doing for our own community without any financial benefits. And I have found many friends, not only from Afghanistan, not only in Afghanistan, but from different parts of the globe, which being a speaker in World Leader Summits, also one of the benefit of my volunteering activities, and found this and came to be a speaker here. The second point that I have mentioned here, that I will encourage and motivate everyone who see and who hear me now, that try to be volunteer and serve your community. This will be a proud for your family. This will be a proud for yourself, and this will be a proud for your own community in current globe. The final slides is only thank you from World Leader Summit, and thank you for all to be at me for some moments and with some minutes. I hope you have not bored with my presentation. So I hope it was all enough. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Safila. Thank you.
Yeah, if you can turn off your screen sharing, we have a couple of questions from social media, please. For sure. Yeah, the first question actually came from India. Ms. Basu is asking you, how is women education in your country? Unfortunately, it's a very discouraging question for me, because since 1 year that you may all know about the current situation in Afghanistan, that Taliban regime came in Afghanistan. So since 1 year, since around 14 months, the girls, the secondary schools for the girls have been banned. And I guess there is a network issue. So maybe we can move towards the next speaker. I'll ask Nina to call upon our next speaker. But before we do that, for our friend in Afghanistan, we have a program which is a woman empowerment program. We actually support in reality, not giving them, a stage to speech only. We are helping women, we are helping girls with education, with job connects, with the platform where they can have the voice to practically share what they want to do and connect with the corporates. That's a program that we run. So if you need any kind of help and support for anyone, this is for any part of the world, we'll be more than happy to do that to help the humanity. Over to you, Nina. Nina is being our darling.
And thank you so
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will be very thankful to share it with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it was a very important speech for you. I could see that you did a lot of presentation, preparation, and we appreciate that too. And well done for you. So we're going to move on to Dr. Mustafa, who I understand is speaking from Dubai. Welcome, sir, and we're looking forward to hearing what you've got to speak about. You have 15 minutes, and I think just to make it fair to all of the speakers, I'll just be putting a 5 up when we get down to the last 5 minutes, just to help you along your way. But please take it away. So it's over to you, and welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be part of this very important summit, World Leaders Summit, which is organized by Mr. Arijit and the entire team. And when I saw the spread of the speakers, I was really impressed, from the west coast of the Pacific Ocean to the Los Angeles, to the west coast of America. It's a full spread of connoisseurs of their subject matter experts are part of this this summit. And I feel very privileged to be part of this summit, and I congratulate Mr. Arijit for organizing this. Today, my subject, as I will give you some brief, about myself before we jump on the subject, because I did my PhD in leadership, and we are based in Dubai since 1958, because leadership is all taking decisions and seeing the vision. When my father came to Dubai in 1958, there was no water supply, no electricity, no roads, no cars, and not even airport. There was a small airport in Sharjah where my father landed. And, and at that point of time, India was quite advanced. We had our airline, electricity, roads, air conditions, telephone, everything. So I used to ask my father that what made you stay in Dubai in the initial years without basic civil amenities? And he used to say that we had a vision that this place will grow. As a child, I could not relate to his answer. But when I did my PhD in leadership, I wrote in my thesis that vision is seeing the invisible. What people saw as a desert village, the ruler saw as a beautiful city coming out of it. And the beauty of this vision was that not only the ruler saw it as a vision and implemented, everybody in the country were aligned with that vision. And this alignment and the leadership, the blend of vision, alignment, and leadership is what we see Dubai today. And this is a classic example of in fact, yesterday we celebrated the 51st National Day of UAE, and in my congratulations, in my statement, I said that the UAE is a classic place, a classic example of vision translating into reality. So and as we are in business in Dubai since 64 years, business started by my father. I am continuing that. So I am the product of the legacy. And when I talk about legacy, of course, it is my life experience, and secondly, my education, and which comes into place where we help companies to attain legacy. Normally it's a person or a reputation. Whenever we do something, it adds on to your deeds, and it is said that the success came after success came overnight after 15-20 years of hard work. So people see it as an overnight, but it is an accumulated hard work of many years which comes to that level. So a person, when I say about legend, it's a person or a reputation or a business or deeds to live by and to leave behind for someone to take it further is called legend. Now from the journey of icon to legend is a big leap. You can find many icons. Icons live for themselves. If you consider, there are many icons in the world, and there are famous celebrities and icons who are known. Many a time their image die with them, or they don't continue or pass it on to their next generation to create a legacy, or to the next kin in their family, or not many a times not even a kin in the family, but to continue as a legacy. So it is, when we talk about legacy, we are proud of inheriting from our ancestors and do something worthwhile, which we can leave for our children, for them to take it further. So this is the legacy what we normally talk about. Legends are remembered for hundreds of years. When we talk about examples of like Mahatma Gandhi, like Nelson Mandela, or all the great leaders of the world who has lived before, like Alexander the Great, or many leaders of the world who lived their life maybe 1,000, 2,000 years back, are still remembered and quoted as an example in the learning of many things. So these are called leaders. If I say in an organization, we have to build something which stays much longer than our life. If we are, as a startup, we do something, we have to make sure it stays much longer than our life. If we are inheriting, then we have to make sure that we grow and pass it on the baton to our next generation for them to continue. If we say, ask, that which is the oldest surviving company in the world, which is up and running today, which was started earlier, many a time people say 100 years, 200 years, but it goes back to 478 AD. A company started in 478 AD is still up and running today. So 1600 years, that company is from Japan. Its name is Kongo Gumi, and if you see, for 1600 years, that company has survived, and the generation after generation, 46th generation is continuing the business. Second company started in France in 703 AD is still up and running. So there is a science behind this for a company to continue its legacy. When we saw about the businesses, so there are three fundamental things which I always say required in the business for a business continuation. Is called VIP. VIP is our basic statement. We say it as a vision, intention, and purpose. So when you start a company or you do anything in the company, any objective or anything, any work in the company, you used to ask the first thing that comes is the vision. What is the vision of the promoter or the company? That is very important. Second comes as an intention. What is your intention behind doing this business? So that is very important. And the third and the very important is the purpose. What is the purpose of your business and what you are continuing? So this vision, intention, purpose itself is it's a huge topic. But in a nutshell, this vision, intent, VIP helps answer this long-term goal and helps a business to continue. See, in the journey of legacy, there are many blockages which comes in the family or in the organization, and these blockages needs to be addressed. If not addressed, then a company will die out in no time, or it will be separated or fragmented into many pieces, and eventually the strength of the company is gone. So when you say about of the thing, so the unity, one of the biggest blockage is lack of unity in the family or in the business. So you have to make sure that everybody is on the same page. The board can discuss, board can have different views. It is normal. In fact, if everybody agrees on one point, the meeting is called off. You have to meet again, because there has to be some disagreement to validate the agreed point. So the healthy disagreements are good, but eventually the unity has to be there in the board to take this further. Structure of the company and its board is very important, because if the architect of the org chart is not done properly, it will not give the desired yield in the company. Then to acquire the right talent is most important. It's not that just to fill the gap you bring in a person. There is the talent acquisition is one of the very important aspect in the company for its sustainability. And in this talent acquisition, there are many, like, the training. Once you have a right talent, then continuous upgrade and continuous training are always required. Because there's one debate between the CEO and the CFO of a company. The CEO told that we need to train our staff, and it's going to cost this much. The CFO are very meticulous in the figures, and they can see, the cost and the effect. So the CFO told the CEO that what if we train and they leave our company? So that was a valid argument he did. But the CEO told that what if we don't train and they stay in our company? That's a bigger loss. So, the training is very important in this thing. And innovation. Innovation is nowadays, it's no more a choice. Innovation is a compulsive thing in the company. If you don't innovate, you extinct. And we have seen many companies, they were stalwarts in their own field, but did not innovate, and they vanished. So like Kodak and even the Nokia as a flagship company is right way below in the list of mobile phones right now. So this is the innovation is very important. Strategy is so important to have a right strategy. It's like, in COVID, we saw that many of the strategies need to be aligned or need to be rewritten or need to be reworked. But strategy is a must to start. It is said that, like, you cannot enter into a war without a plan, but no plan works in war. So, but to enter into a war, you require a plan. Like that in the business, to start anything, you require a strategy and require a plan. But of course, your plan needs to be agile, and it has to adapt to the circumstances. When we say about the leadership qualities, on this every point there are different leaders in the organization. Like if you see in the construction industry, among labor, the supervisor is the leader of them. After supervisor comes engineer, then comes the chief engineer, then comes the general manager and director, and so on. So, to the chairman, there are different layers of leadership in the company. If all the leaders are of high quality and of high decision-making skills, the organization will thrive for long. While I was studying my leadership, I studied all the leaders of the world, and one example which has really touched me, which I will share with you, on the situational leadership, on the alignment of goal and vision. When Russia is the first country to send men in space, that became a credibility issue for United States, and they came with a vision, with a mission on moon program. While JFK on his periodic visit to NASA before his assassination, he saw one man who was cleaning the floor. So JFK asked him directly that, "What are you doing here?" His normal person answer would be, "I'm mopping the floor, I'm cleaning the floor." This person's answer was such that it can be written in golden words in stone. He told that, "I am helping sending men on moon." So this is something, everybody working right from the chief scientist till the janitor, who was making sure of the hygiene of the place, were all aligned in one vision of sending man on moon. So this is the alignment of the vision is so important. Like, if these qualities are not there, if we see in the global spectrum, only 30% of the companies survive to the next generation, and further down, only 15% survives for the third generation, and later on, if you go to the fourth generation, a handful of 3% of the company goes further. In this, Japan is a leading country in terms of legacy. There are 60,000 companies who are beyond 100 years in existence, and more than 600 companies beyond 500 years in existence. So these are the values what they have embedded. And when you have to build legacy, you have to make sure of your culture. You have to define your culture in your organization and in your business, and then on you have to invite all those people who are culture fit in your organization, or upgrade them to your existing culture. It's like, we call in the world, like top companies, like there is a Marriott culture or there is a Tata culture. So this they have formed such SOPs in the company that their SOPs have become as a benchmark of culture in and for many organizations to follow. Culture plays a very important role. And when I talk about Tata, I still remember one example, of a speech of JRD Tata in the mid 80s. I heard that Tata is one of the largest organization in India, and in the global also level they are one of the top 50 organizations. So, JRD told, when it was asked about the culture, JRD told that time that we could have been 3 times bigger than what we are now today if we would have kept our ethics aside. But we chose to be like this. So, the ethics in the company plays a very important role. We see about many corporations have grown so big, like, to build a company worth 9,000 crore or $1.2 billion company takes a lot of efforts. But if it is not built on culture and ethics, it will vanish in no time. The example is the Kingfisher airline in India. It was a 9,000 crore company, but because of lack of ethics in the company, it went bust. And when I say about ethics, it's about foundation. So everybody has seen Burj Khalifa in Dubai, the world tallest city, world tallest tower, in person or even in picture. But I always give example of Burj Khalifa, that we can see 170 stories tall structure, but what we can't see is on the foundation what it is standing. So the ethics and the culture is the foundation of the company on which you can build your organization. If your ethics and culture are strong, your organization can grow tall. So this plays a very important role in the foundational values of the company. Like in family companies, run company, we have there are people on different positions. What we as a leader, we do is we do the DNA analysis of the key stakeholders. It's not a clinical DNA, it's called a behavioral DNA. When we do the behavioral DNA, then we realize that what job he's doing now is good, but if you put him in this division, he will flare. So this kind of audits to be taken in the stakeholder on the board is very important to sharpen the skills and give them the right job for the right skills which they can flare on it. One of the very fundamental values of the legacy is that, see, when the company grows strong and big, it becomes a like it rolls on itself. But it should not be like this. Like the Steve Jobs statement is, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." So stay hungry is your appetite to expand your business, and stay foolish is you always keep your bowl in this position. So and the water comes, it can go in, and not as a bowl or upside down. When the water comes, it will not fill. So the learning, the stay foolish is not stay foolish, but you should have a high appetite on learning. In our organization as well, training is mandatory and compulsory for everyone. So we go on a periodic training. Even myself, we go on a smaller or a bigger course, and this is the training we always adhere to. many times, your strategies, when you go for it, it should be described, to the bottom, to the last person in the organization in a very, very clear way. Because if your if your strategies are not defined to the last person in the organization in the exactly the same way what the board has thought of it, it becomes like a Chinese whisper, and by the time it goes down, it will change its form and shape. The beauty of the vision, the beauty of the vision flowing down should be in such a way that it should disseminate to the last person in the organization without diminishing its values. So when you adhere to this, your vision is translated, your strategies are translated to the last person in the organization, and when everybody are aligned with the organization and with the goal and the vision what the chairman or the board has thought of it, then the country, or the corporation or the company, it goes in a big way. And again, I say that Dubai is a classic example of this. The rulers, they are visionary, extreme visionary, and what every person dwelling in Dubai are aligned with that vision, which has translated from vision to reality in such a short span of time. Of course, this leadership topic is very long, and in my 15 minutes slot, this is the best way I could narrate. And
No, of course.
many thanks, Mr. Arijit, Ms. Nina, for giving me opportunity to express my views on leadership. And I'm sure every speaker in this forum is a champion and a connoisseur in its field, and they are leaders in the organization. And I will learn from this summit a lot, by the end of it. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Mustafa. And what an insight in how Dubai first started. And I've actually worked in Sharjah, so I know it quite
Oh,
well.
great.
It's an industrial place that I've worked in regarding manufacturing, clothing and things. So I've been over there to some of the factories. But yeah, no, very amazing insight. And I'm sure we'll have some questions on social media. So please hang around.
We
Is there
have
anything
one
you wanted to
question
add,
that
Arijit?
came. Yeah, we already got one question from our Facebook Live. What's your take on becoming a good CEO? A direct question to you.
See, the CEO, every designation in the organization has a meaning behind it. CEO is a chief executive officer. Now, his role is to execute the strategy what the board has designed as put forward for him. Many times CEO has a seat on the board, so he has a say in the strategy. But most of the time we have seen that the board will create a strategy and the CEO executes. The CEO is a conduit between the board and the management. It's a very important position, because the CEO, a good CEO will efficiently translate the board vision into reality and give the best result for their company.
Lovely. The best answer that we can get. We got another question from Mr. Singh. I have traveled in Dubai, great place to stay and work, maybe. My question to you is how to enter in Dubai to do business?
Oh, nowadays, it is so easy to have a startup business in Dubai. Even without coming to Dubai, you can have your business, on. Dubai has, there are many licensing authorities in Dubai. So Dubai has created about 40 cities within the city. So there is a Dubai Internet City, knowledge village. So there are subject matter areas and the classified areas for each business, classification. They have created a park and all these things. So first you identify in what area you want to go, and later on, you can search that, the licensing authority, maybe Dubai Economic Department or DMCC, or which is the best place to suit. even without coming to Dubai, you can enroll your business, remotely. So now it is online, and COVID has taught us many things. And one of the things was the offspring of the COVID learning was that we can do many things online.
Super. I think for the sake of time, we will skip 2-3 more questions. It is there in social media. We can directly send it to him and he can answer us in email. We'll be writing it. One interesting question came in social media to become a member of World Leaders Summit. Well, to be very honest, it is actually by invitation. Well, we have membership services. You can write to us to worldleaderssummit@gmail.com, or you can apply online through our online form. It is www.worldleadersummit.com. You can apply there to become a partner or to become a member of our community. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you again, Dr. Mustafa. Please hang around in case we have some more questions for you. And if you don't mind muting yourself, we'll go on to the next person who's been patiently waiting. So I want to welcome Sandy from Dubai. Welcome, Sandy. If you could put your camera on and unmute yourself. Can you hear me, Sandy? Hopefully Sandy will hear me and unmute and switch on the camera. If Sandy doesn't come on, we have Maria as well from Pakistan. I want to welcome you, Maria. And worst case scenario, we'll do a swap and we'll have Sandy on shortly after. So I think Sandy's maybe having some technical issues because we've had some testing times with the internet today, as technology is one of those things. So we're going to go to Maria from Pakistan. Maria, can you hear?
Maria will probably speak later on.
Okay, no problems.
Yeah, but we have another speaker from Africa already. He joined.
Okay.
Convey Technology, if you can rename yourself and put yourself unmuted and turn on your video, please.
We have you in two places. Are you on 2 devices, can I ask? Whoop. Everyone just bears with us. I'm sure that Convey Technology will be with us in a second. I can see him twice, so I don't know whether he has it on his iPhone and computer possibly, but I'm sure that he will be with us. And we are going through some amazing speakers today, so I hope anybody that's listening is enjoying the summit today. I myself have a few questions I want to ask people, and it's very inspiring to hear other people's journeys and where they are today. We are getting quite busy. We're admitting more and more speakers and members that are watching into the group. So please tell your friends and family to come along. I feel like we've lost Kavani, was it?
Yeah, it's like I can see that many people are coming from Africa. In fact, we had a full panel with African speakers, and somehow the entire continent is facing internet issues. I'm not sure what's going on. Even I can see that Lucy is trying to join. She is another ambassador from Kenya, and I'm getting responses in my message box that probably in their places there are a lot of
it's truly a world summit today, isn't it, Arijit? We are truly hitting every corner of the world, which is an amazing thing. So let's try and find the next speaker. So Sandy, can you hear me? Are you there, Sandy? I can see you on the screen, but you're not unmuted or taken off your camera. If you can hear me, can you come on? Otherwise, we'll move on to another speaker. I know that Convey Technology, if you're there, could you please unmute and switch on your camera and we can have your presentation, which would be amazing. There you are. Perfect. So which part of Africa are you speaking from today?
I'm speaking from Nigeria.
Welcome. Would you like to start your presentation? And I'll be timing you. If we could keep the presentation.
I'm happy to be here.
Welcome. I will give you the mic, so to speak.
Okay, perfect. So I'm to talk about blockchain technology and how African can use that to resolve the intellectual property thefts. So I picked a case study in Nigeria, the movie industry in Nigeria. We lose about $1 billion every year. I mean, to intellectual property theft. You could imagine all produce movies, music, and everything creative. Imagine losing $1 billion every year. And the high risk is that it's increasing as the year goes by. So it's a huge problem here in Africa. Intellectual property theft. We have young people losing ideas through unprotected copyright, and this is a very huge problem in Africa. So I have a company. My name is Idiomi Udo. That's my name, and I run a blockchain company and an entrepreneur organization. So what I do is I help people use blockchain technology to protect their intellectual properties. So through consultancy services, I help run trainings, and we reach out to young people to utilize this technology. So how can blockchain help protect intellectual properties? When it comes to movies, right? We have lots of copyright issues in Africa with dubbed movies. So we have copyrighted movie packages, which shouldn't be so. In terms of music, artists are losing revenue because they can't protect their streaming. They cannot, they cannot coordinate their streaming rights and their copyright. So we have a lot of fake products, fake items, fake softwares, and this is leading to a lot of loss in the industry. So one of the ways we can actually utilize blockchain technology is first for user identification and verification. So with the help of blockchain technology, we can verify users, right? We can verify users of these technologies. We can be able to track the buyers of this technology of items, right? So we can trace the fake buyers, fake sellers to the origin. This will help us save $1 billion in revenue. For instance, I took a research and I discovered that over the years, Netflix alone loses over $20 billion to intellectual property theft. That's through password sharing. Until this year, when they realized that it's actually a huge loss, so they stopped password sharing. But there are lots of disparities here when we are talking about these kind of things. So blockchain technology can help Africans, young people, developing countries, and even developed countries, right, to protect their intellectual property rights and fight thefts. For instance, we have copyright when it comes to softwares, when it comes to apps, when it comes to music, videos, and now we have the concept of NFTs, which stands for non-fungible tokens. So with the concept of NFTs, we can explore a whole new revenue model, which will allow us to sell unique items. For instance, if we sell a software as an NFT, it means that it can be traced, it will be highly protected, right? And we will be able to fight intellectual property theft. So it means that issues like copyright infringement, maybe reverse engineering would actually be stopped or reduced to the barest minimum. Then another way blockchain technology can help us is through land verification, land ownership verification. In Africa, we have this challenge where you can buy a piece of land, a piece of property, and then all of a sudden we have like 10 buyers, right, of the same property come up. And this thing can lead to loss of lives, loss of properties, loss of finance, and time wastage. But with blockchain technology, land ownership can be verified. So we talking about the world as leaders, young leaders. We need to see how we can unify the verification system. Let's cop some things. If we can save $1 billion from the Nollywood industry, right? That can go into so many things. It can go into human resource development, personal development. It can go into research and development. It can go into other forms of profitable enterprise. So these are actually the things we can do using blockchain technology. Everyday technology evolves, right? So there are challenges that will come up, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. So blockchain technology can actually be used to fight crime, yeah, in terms of tracing origins. It all depends on how it's being used. So with blockchain technology, the potential is enormous. We can do so much and achieve so much with blockchain technology. So that's the perspective I'm coming on this conference to share the insight. With research, reading, you continue to ask questions, personal development, research, we can actually go a long way. I've published a book. I have an ebook on Web3 technology. It's a glossary. I've translated it into 3 African languages, which I also want to translate into other languages to help spread the global awareness, because number one key thing is that we need knowledge, right? We need to be aware of what is happening, the trends and everything. Without knowledge, we cannot stay ahead. Yeah, so that's why we need platforms like this, the World Leaders Summit, come up to bring people together to share knowledge and build a community. So with these, we can be able to make more impact. We can train, we can build sustainable products, we can build a global economy, we can reduce poverty, we can trace, we can fight corruption using blockchain technology. We can do a lot of things to help make the world a better place. So this is my perspective and my contribution to this particular conference. Thank you very much.
Absolutely brilliant. So I can see that there are people who are trying to join, and we have got first question. So the question to you from Puneet: it's easy to manage IP using blockchain, but what happens if there is a DDoS attack?
Sorry, can you take that again?
Yeah, the question is, what happens if there is a DDoS attack? If you are using blockchain, that is fine. It's creating a ecosystem, it is protecting data. But what happens if there is a DDoS attack?
Okay, perfect. So the beauty about blockchain technology is that it's a decentralized technology. So the processes are decentralized, meaning this information and other things are not stored in one server. So we have what we call nodes, right? So we can have like 10 million nodes, right? So when we talk about attacks, when it comes to blockchain technology, especially in the aspect of crypto, it usually comes from the user end aspect, where somebody is careless with details, right? The key to your house. If you're not careful with the key to your house, someone could easily break in. If you drop it in a public place, someone can easily break in, right? And then can access your house. So there are security measures as a person, as an individual, you need to take to protect your credentials and your identity. But when it comes to blockchain technology, depending on the kind of blockchain you use, there are several thousand blockchains available. So these are things that can work out.
Next question to you from, I think, from different part of the world. I think from Bhutan, the question came that how hard is it to integrate blockchain technology?
Sorry, can you repeat?
How hard is it to implement blockchain technology?
It's not hard at all. It's not hard. It's very easy. You know when the internet started, right? We didn't enjoy this so much flexibility at some point. So building a website, you need a very large server, right? It will take you days for you to code a website or an app and everything. But with the help of blockchain, or with the help of advancement in technology through research and development, it's very easy. With just some platform, with just one line of code, you can integrate it into your current Web2 platform. Just one line of code, some 2 lines, some 3 lines of code. It's very, very easy. In fact, people have brought up ways that you can integrate it without even writing code. So we even have no code solutions, right? all you need to do is find out what blockchain works for you and how you can implement it. So it's not difficult at all.
Well, I am into blockchain since I think 2017, and I have seen many industries are adopting that technology, even though adopting such kind of decentralized method in a very large company is not that easy. For an example, if you want to take example of McDonald's, converting the entire structure of their very simple HR management system, or maybe the inventory management system, into complete blockchain is not that easy. What's your take on this?
Okay, so usually in project management, right, everything is not meant to go, not meant to happen in one phase, right? So first of all, I have a way people can adapt to it. First is education. What do you need? What do you know, right? So an institution, a company who wants to migrate its data into blockchain, you won't just jump into doing that, right? You need to find out what blockchain, what is the problem on ground? Is it data verification? Is it storage? Is it decentralized storage? Is it tracking, right? So first and foremost, you need to know what the problem is. Then you research on the technology or the best suitable blockchain to be used. We have Bitcoin, we have Ethereum, we have Polygon, we have lots of it. And then you can now design the process. So usually we have these bottleneck challenges where they have to be approval from high-ranking executives, right? For these kind of things to be sorted out. So it usually takes time, depending on what data we are looking at and the infrastructure on ground. But it's not like a Herculean tax where it cannot be done. It can be done, right?
Yeah, so I think we are done almost, and this is the time that our beautiful co-host Nina will be speaking as a speaker. So just to give you a head up about this amazing lady, one liner I can talk about this great soul. She is a path breaker, and she does things from her heart. If you can kindly please mute yourself, I think I'm echoing myself. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so she is doing groundbreaking stuff about fighting against honor killing, and she is doing it for quite a long number of years, and she has been helping women, helping girls worldwide, saving lives in reality. So, ladies and gentlemen, in World Leader Summit platform, let me present our amazing co-host and next speaker, as well as our ambassador, the groundbreaking, the beautiful Nina Aulick. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. You're such a star. For those of you who don't know me, I am a proud ambassador for the World Leader Summit because I primarily believe in what they're doing. And Arijit is one of the first people to actually see me for who I am and give me that opportunity. And sometimes it takes one person, just one person to listen to you for you to be able to help others. And I'm all about helping others. Now, my passion, my why, the reason I'm still on this earth is because I'm an activist. I speak out against honor killings and human trafficking. Honor killings happen in Africa, they happen in Asia, they happen in the Middle East, but in reality, they happen all around the world because we have become such a diverse community that, you know, my parents migrated from the north of India, the Punjab, to live in England to create a better life as they saw it. But with them, they packed very tightly their cultural beliefs. When you're leaving home, you know, you take a toothbrush, you take a change of clothes, but what do you leave if you're, you know, what do you pack if you're leaving countries? You've got to really consider carefully what it is you're going to take, and you can't carry very much because you're starting a new life. And cultures run very deep, and I'm very proud of my ethnicity. I'm very proud of my religion, but often religions and cultures are confused. And in cultures such as mine, girls are not really received as well as they could be. Most families prefer having a son. That doesn't mean that the girls can't do as well as the sons. I'm proof of that. But often boys are just desired because of long-standing cultural beliefs and desires. Now, I was the first girl in my family born after 2 older brothers, but lots of male cousins. And my father was one of 7 brothers. So when I was born, I was given a name which meant a ghost, a bad spirit, because they decided that I had brought some bad harmony upon their family of boys. And they thought with that I would, bring them to demise. So I was treated in the way that a lot of girls in 2022 are still treated. And the reason I know this is because I started a non-profit, which Arijit, it was actually registered yesterday. So I'm super happy because it's quite hard to get a charity registered in this country, but I got rejected and finally they accepted. So I'm super happy, which will help me. But I use my credit card. It doesn't make a difference to me. If somebody contacts me and says, I'm being forced into marriage and I'm 15, I'm being forced to marry my cousin, I want to leave a very, very volatile relationship, but I've got nowhere to go because my family do not support me. I know women that have committed suicide on my watch. They've been speaking to me, and in the end, they've said, I can't take it anymore, and they've taken their own lives. So the work that I do is very intense, but I do it from a place of love, because 6 years ago, I was homeless because of domestic violence, and I've had a long journey of trauma and abuse, really. And the reason I endured that trauma and abuse is because I thought I wasn't good enough, which is what 90% of the world actually think, whether you are a boy or a girl or a man or a woman. We think we're not good enough because our parents put such a high expectation upon us, as Asians especially, that we have to do things to meet their criteria to please them. If we think about ourselves, we're looked at as selfish and we're looked on quite badly, and I remember people saying to me now that if I do this, my mum might have a heart attack. My father's warned me. And the emotional blackmail is real. And then when you do have an arranged marriage, as many people do, often the in-laws are quite cruel to you. And I did have an arranged marriage, and I talk about it quite openly. And in my arranged marriage, my mother-in-law used to throw my food into the bin, and she would tell me if I wanted to eat, that I had to eat out of that dustbin. Now, at first I used to, because I was hungry. And then I got to the point where I decided I didn't need to eat. And it's that cruelty upon a young person, a young child bride, which was the case. I was 16, 17 years old, which is still happening today in today's age. And, and it's happening not just in India, like people say to me, did it happen to you in India? No, it happened to me in the United Kingdom, a couple of hours away from London. So I have started a nonprofit called endhonorkillings.org. What I do is I speak all around the world. I'm a professional speaker like Arijit, a TEDx speaker like Arijit. We have a lot in common. My TEDx, if you haven't seen it, please check it out. Just type my name into the internet and you will find it. And the title of my speech is there any honor in killing? Because the two words don't go together. So my message to the world is to treat every child with love. A child is a gift, whether it be a boy or a girl. If you have suffered from gender-based violence, and we're on day 9 of the 16 days of activism that the United Nations have declared that we should do this 16 days to teach people, to deter. But if you feel the same as I do, you can do something. You can spread awareness. You can be kind. If you see a girl that's being treated badly, You don't have to get involved. People say, I don't want to get involved in family matters. And I know that there's a stigma with this too. But it could be your child, it could be you. And if somebody had got involved when I was little, a lot of trauma I would have been saved from. So you can smile at that child. You can do something like make a discreet call to the police or social services, or if you're a teacher and a child is taken away and you don't see that child again, and the parents say the child's gone to live in a different country with relatives, question it. You know, try to question it. And if you're being forced out of the country, place a metal object into your clothes so that it will set off the barriers, the security barriers, and ask for help. Nothing changes unless you do something about it. And it's very difficult to walk away from your family, because I'm here now after so many years and I'm healed and I have no family supporting me. So when you don't have that, often you think you lose your identity, but in fact, I found who I was when I separated myself from that anger, that whole stigma, that whole shame, because there is no shame upon a victim. The shame is upon the people that have their hands dirtied with blood or with whichever trauma they've caused upon somebody else. As human beings, we should share love with one another. So when you're next out and about, give some time. Maybe one of your employees, if you're a person here that employs people, maybe one of your employees has had a bad day. Give them 5 minutes of your day and ask them how they are. Because when you have a happier team, when you have people that are working and the environment is a happier, healthy one, predominantly they will take more interest in their work anyway, which helps your business to do well. But if you have a daughter, then please, you know, consider your actions. And if you are that girl that's struggling, if you have had that, you know, stigma and that difference from your parents where you're just a girl and you shouldn't follow a career, you should think about getting married and you're getting too old and all of the other things they say that, you know, you're not a doctor, you're not a dentist, and that pressure they put upon you to have a boy, just understand it's not selfish to just think about yourself and what you really want, because you will live a life of being unhappy to please your parents. And I have complete respect for my parents. I love them dearly, but sometimes you have to love them from afar. So with my nonprofit, we are contacted daily by people that are struggling. They, as I said, they will reach out sometimes just to say, I'm glad that you spoke about this because now I don't feel alone. Because sometimes the most horriblest things happen to you when you're a child and you think, why is my life so difficult and everyone else's life is so much better than mine? Because you don't understand that it's happening to other people because no one talks about it. So by sharing survivor stories, we give other people hope. We've had Dr. Mustafa come in today and talk about how his parents moved over to Dubai when nobody else was really there and it was an underdeveloped country. That makes you understand that taking a chance, taking a risk is always, you know, it's going to pay off sometimes. So you should do that. So don't always think that if you take that step away from the norm and you break out of that cycle, that you won't have the support. You will find your own family. You find new people that support you, like Arijit supports me and I support him. The right people will only come into your life when you take away the wrong people. And when they do come into your life, you literally feel that you can take the world on, and that's the way I feel. My ultimate dream is to write a love letter to all of you and all of the girls out there who don't feel loved, who don't feel seen, to say, you are amazing. There is nothing that you cannot do. In the hope that when they read that letter back and they say those words, the universe hears them and will give them that love that they truly deserve. Because in 2022, nobody, male or female, should be suffering in silence. Thank you for listening.
Brilliant, Nina. I mean, no comments to be very honest, but yeah, we have got a lot of comments which actually came in social media. I can only say one thing before I take those comments. People who are listening to this, believe me or not, in Sindhuism or Hinduism, we call woman as goddess Lakshmi. So when we have a girl child in our life, we say that we have got Lakshmi in our home, which means Lakshmi is a symbol of prosperity, money, And definitely you can understand, if you're getting money, if you're getting love from a woman, you are getting the entire universe. But yeah, there are balances. So probably if you look at Satan, he is doing his perfect job by asking humanity that not to do things which they should do to the path of life or to the path of God, to the path of goodness. So he is doing his best job. It is our duty whom to listen. God never told us that, okay, fine, you go in my direction. He is just showing us a way to walk towards the Almighty. It is us how we are taking it. But it's sad state that people feel that if they get woman in their life as a child, they feel that there is some bad thing that is coming up. It's sad. You took birth from a woman. How can you treat a woman like this? How can you treat a girl child like this? Are you insane? You took a birth from some tree? Come on. I really don't go beyond with these kind of languages, but it's really sad. Let me take some questions from the social media. Well, Renita is saying that more power to you, Nina. Matandra from Africa, she's saying, wow, Nina, I love this great story. Well, there is a comment from Kaushik, shame, what a shame. Yep, thank you so much. Well, yeah, there is a question is how successful you are, Nina, in your fight, in your life, and where exactly we can help as a community. It's a question
Amazing.
coming from social media.
Thank you so much, whoever sent that in. And thank you for all the comments. I do appreciate. I feel the love. Thank you. I was homeless, as I said, 6 years ago, and I've rediscovered who I am as a person. And when you find love for yourself, you can give it to other people. If you don't find that love for yourself, it's really difficult to be sincere and integral when you're trying to help somebody else. In my day job, as Arijit knows, I'm actually a mindset coach. I coach UFC fighters, MMA fighters, boxers to win their fight because I've been knocked down and I've had to get up. And you know that when you've knocked down, and most of us in this whole, whoever's listening has been knocked down, and you've had to find that strength. So I really resonate with the people that I work with, and I really care about them. That's my work. My wealth, as I call it, is working with young people, older people, just people that need help to get away from a situation they're in because they cannot escape. I can give examples, but I don't want to go into it too much. The way that you can help is to support my nonprofit. It's called End Honor Killings. You know, look up my name and you'll find it. The way you can help is talk to other people and say that you saw my TED talk and say, you know, this is what she was saying, or look at somebody else's. It doesn't matter which nonprofit, it doesn't make a difference as long as they're trying to help somebody and they're genuine. Because there's a lot of nonprofits that are out there about ego, and nothing really happens for the survivor. And I know that because they've used my story, but never once reached out to say, well, how are you? And that's the most important question that you can ask somebody that's struggling. How are you? And to listen to them without giving them an answer. So if you can find a place in your heart to share with somebody else, to give them that time and say to them, tell me what's wrong. Even if you haven't got the solution for them, they feel that they've been seen, they feel that they've been heard, and that goes a long way. But please get in touch with me. You'll find me, as I said, you just have to Google me, you'll find me quite easily. Donate, if you know somebody that wants to donate to us or wants to hold a fundraiser, I would love that too. I help girls, and it doesn't make a difference. If I don't have the money, I'll find it, because you cannot put a price on a life. And sometimes I have a very small window to get a girl from being sent to India to getting to safety, and I just do what I have to do. I'm not a protocol person, I'm not a fact person, I'm a feeling person, because I was once that girl. She was me and I was her. The reason I speak out about human trafficking and say to people to place a metal object into their underwear is because my sister was taken, as Arijit knows, to India and sold to human traffickers by my father. He did that and he's come out of jail for abduction. But my sister was left in a place where they sell body parts. So it was called harvesting organs. And the children there are very young, and it upsets me because she was 6. But I understand they're all my sisters. They're all my sisters, and they all, I feel, are my responsibility, but they should be all of our responsibilities. And also in alignment with what Arijit was saying, not every Indian, not every African, not everybody from the Middle East thinks this way. I know lots of loving families that care for their daughters and treat them actually better than the sons. But unfortunately, there are still lots of pockets of people, and it's a high number, that are still forcing girls into marriage from the age of 12. In Africa, I'm involved with 2 non-profits, one in Nigeria and one in Zimbabwe. I'm involved with a non-profit to do with human trafficking in Switzerland. You know, I have a busy schedule because I'm helping different people in different places, because it's a worldwide problem. And unfortunately, human trafficking now, the prices of a person is so low that they're disposable like everything else in the world. So more children are taken from the streets, more children are abducted to meet a need which is still there. So be vigilant, watch out for children, even if they're not your own. And as I said, if you see something wrong, say something. You don't have to say it to the parent or the person, but sometimes, you know, just making a discreet call can make a huge difference. Call the authorities if you suspect your neighbor for doing something, or it's not telling. You know, we have in my culture, because I'm Sikh Punjabi, in Punjabi culture, we're not supposed to say anything. It's supposed to be chup chup, supposed to be quiet. But unfortunately, we don't help people by staying quiet. And it takes a lot of guts sometimes to say what I say, because I'm very open. But I know that I've helped a lot of people in the last 9 months of doing what I'm doing, and I'm never going to stop doing it.
Thank you, Nina, for all the encouragement and the beautiful speech, and more specific than amazing heart that you have. Well, we'll shift to the next speaker. We had a issue with the internet for, I think, Dr. Tulsiram Pandey. Dr. Pandey, I'm so sorry to stop sharing your screen because Nina was speaking and your screen was shared with everyone. We'll move from UK towards Himalayas at the moment to Nepal. Dr. Pandey, 15 minutes is yours. The stage is yours. Next, I'll talk about. Give me a moment. I'll give the sequence of speakers. After Dr. Pandey, we will have Sandy, and after Sandy, I think we can go with Nia if he is here, and then we can go to Sandeep. And I will give the mic to Nina, actually, after Dr. Pandey is done. Yep. Thank you. Dr. Pandey, on yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Am I audible and visible? Oh, I'm so sorry. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere apology. Due to the technical problems, I couldn't just make it happen earlier. So my sincere gratitude and my sincere love and respect goes to our very own Dr. Arjit Bhattacharya sir, and our beautiful and the most amazing, wonderful host Nina Alok, as well as all the distinguished participants around the globe. So love and respect and namaste from Nepal. Sincere greetings to you all. It is great pleasure and honor to just be a part of this kind of internationally, globally recognized program. Whole world is just watching. Whole world is just hearing the thought process and the insights we are just sharing over here. So one more time, I would like to just extend my sincere thankfulness to the Dr. Arjit Bhattacharya sir for this wonderful and invaluable opportunities. I'm truly indebted. So today I'm going to just talk about the democracy and the leadership development. I think all of us are very much familiar with this topic, but still, I'm going to just talk about some sort of insights and understanding which I have regarding the democracy and the leadership. So basically, I'm from Nepal, is our Honorable Arjit sir just share about me So very beautiful country. So land of Gautam Buddha, Mount Everest. If you haven't visited, then I would like to just cordially invite you to visit Nepal. So we'll be hosting, we'll be just organizing such kind of program in days to come. Arjit sir, you are the source of inspiration and you are the idol to the world. You are doing truly incredible job. So whole world should learn from you and the way that you are doing, the way you are just inspiring the people, inspiring the world. That is truly and wonderful and incredible. So truly, and I'm genuinely the biggest fan of you. So following the topic, so I'll be dealing with the democracy and the leadership. Is it visible or not? So democracy is most hot topic in the world. Democracy and leadership. Today's summit is also all about talk about the World Leadership Summit. So whenever we just talk, whenever we just go through the internet, television, wherever we go, so we'll be just watching and seeing the issues which are related to the democracy as well as leadership. So this kind of pictures have just brought from the internet and the media. So what is democracy? So we know that what is democracy, but so when we talk about the democracy, it's all about the if the state, if the people just give the priority, if the government of the people, for the people, by the people, of the people. If we do something else for the people, if we do the something else by the people, if we do something else for the people, of the people, by the people, for the people. So whatever you do, there must be the focus on the people and people side. If we just talk about the empowerment of the people, that is all about the democracy. So in Nepalese language, we call it Jantale, Janta Dwara, Janta ko lagi. Of the people, by the people, and for the people. If we do for the betterment of the people, if we do something by people ourselves, if we do something of the people, then that is called, it's all about the democracy. Then who are the people? How do we define the term people? The people means all the people of the entire population. So if we are just talking about any state or any nations, that those persons who live in the particular nation, then all the entire people, there must not be any kind of discrimination, any kind of people, any level of people. There should not be any kind of a stratification on the people definition. So when we talk about the people, that is all about all the people, and an entire total population is considered as the people, right? Then how should the people rule? Then so if we just say that of the people, by the people, for the people, then how should the people rule? So people govern themselves, people participate in the referendum, mass meeting, and making crucial decision in the decision making process, as well as strategic decision making process. If we just empower the people, if we just make the involvement of the people, if we just create the environment of participatory approach in the referendum and mass meeting, then that is all about the process of the people role. So in the democracy, we call it just people govern themselves. And so there should not be any kind of ruler. There should not be any kind of voice in the democratic process. So mostly people govern themselves in the democratic system, and people participate in the referendum as well as strategic decision making process, which are quite related with the people themselves. Right? Yes. And furthermore, so when we talk about the democracy, we cannot forget about the election, and people just participate in the act of voting system, and they throughout the voting system and election system, they rule, they just govern themselves. Yes. And sure, we know that there are two kinds of democracy. So number one is direct democracy. In direct democracy, there is the environment of continuous participation of citizens in the tasks of the government. It's like the kind of self-government. Citizens can exercise over their own destinies, and they can just create the better informed and more politically sophisticated citizenry. So another one is representative democracy. It's all about the Pratidhimulak Loktantra, where we can just talk about the limited and indirect form of government. It maintains the stability by distancing ordinary citizens from the politics. Some representatives just govern the people. Some people just govern the people. then this kind of democracy is all about the representative democracy, where it allows the government is placed on the hand of those who have the way to education. Yes. So let's talk about the model of democracy. And so we look at that as people's democracy, where common ownership of all people, the overthrow of the capitalism would lead to the flourishing the genuine democracy. People's democracy is all about the empowerment of people in the democratic system. The next one is a real liberal democracy. It's all about the indirect or representative form of democracy based on the competition of the electoral voting system, electoral choice, and clear distinction of the state and the civil society. So where there's a, so we call it, so kind of representative form of democracy is all about the liberal, flexible democracy. Furthermore, we can say it, so open democracy. So flexible democracy as well as open democracy. Next one is pluralist view. It's all about the society is ruled by the competing organized group in which individuals are represented largely through their membership, and all the group have the access to the policy process. It's all about the pluralistic view, where the society is ruled by the competing organized group. So in society, there, we can see the numerous number of organized group of people, and they just run the democracy, they just drive the society. This kind of thought process is all about the whole body such pluralistic view, where majority of people just rule the minority of people. Yes. Next one is elitist view. Elitist view is all about the some kind as democracy is the police delusion. Like, so it's some few people so who are in the minority group and who have the access of power and authority, they rule the people. That's why we call it the democracy is the false delusion. According to them, the privileged minority in the society always dominate with the political power. So this kind of electric view is also in the practice in the society. So what are the basic fundamental principles of the democracy? Democracy talks about the respect everyone. No one is no one is bad, no one is for, no one is discriminated throughout the process in democracy. Everyone is equal, equitable in the distribution of power and authority. There is no discrimination in the people in terms of any kind of social economic variables, right? So we should just respect to the everyone. Individualism is the priority of the democracy. And when I talk about the democracy, it's all about the autonomy. It's all about the freedom to speak, freedom to work, whatever you like to do, you can just do. This is what we call is principle, basic fundamental principle of democracy. Wherever there is a freedom, then we can just imagine there is a democracy. Freedom for the speech, you can just express your voice, you can just do whatever you like to do by considering the existing laws and abide by the law. So, and when we talk all about the democracy, in democracy, we see the equality in the opportunity, equality in the opportunity, in the equitable participation in the any kind of opportunities. And it's all about the fellow feelings. So there is no the gap between the leader and followers. There must have not be any kind of bricks or walls. There must have the presence of two-way communication. So leader and follower can have the interaction each other, and they can participate in the sharing and exchanging ideas, concepts, and feelings. So it's all about the democracy is all about tolerance. Sometimes we need to just leaders to tolerate the voice of their people. So it's all about it when we talk about the democracy. If you are the responsible citizen, if I am the responsible citizen for the nations and towards the people, and I'm creating myself as a good reputation in the society, being accountable and responsible citizen, then that is all about the principles of the democracy. So let's talk about the leadership. Leadership. What is leadership? Leadership is an art. Leadership is an ability. Leadership is the process of inspiring, motivating, encouraging, directing, and controlling the people towards the attainment of the goal of the organization particular state. And leadership is all about the inspiring the people. Leadership is the process of what? Process of motivating, encouraging, and inspiring the people to do more. It's all about the leadership. Yes, the definition has been changed. But when we talk about the leadership, there must have the discussion about the power, position, less or to have the organization. Yes, but that is a kind of traditional kind of traditional, classical kind of definition. So nevertheless, yes, if we want to work in a group, if we want to go work in an organization, so we need to have the leader. So a leader who direct, who guide, who encourage, who inspire the people for what? About their destinations to achieve their goals in a better way, in a specified way. So in order to just achieve the organizational goal as per the expected manner, so we need to have the leader or leadership. Leadership is the process, a leader is a person. So as I already told you, it's all about connecting the people. It's all about inspiring the people. It's all about the giving direction to the people. So towards in a right direction, right? So leadership is the capacity to translate your vision into the reality. In today's days, when we talk about the leadership, there must have the presence of vision. Without having the presence of vision or visionary leadership, then we cannot just define that person or that institution as a visionary or leadership. So it's all about, if you want to just lead the organization, you need to just have the vision, and you need to have that kind of capacity plus ability to translate, to convert your vision into the reality. Everyone has a dream. Everyone has the vision. Yes, vision, a dreamistic project. Everyone just talks about the plan, but actual leadership is all about if you have that kind of capabilities to translate your vision, to transform your vision into the reality, and you can just inspire the people by your work, and if you can just produce, if you can just develop the leader who are the better than you, or who are equal to you. So this is the basic fundamental things which we need to just know about the leadership. Leadership is all about dare to lead. Nelson Mandela, so world leader, world famous leader. So without leadership, only three things happens without leadership. That is all about without leadership, or it means that naturally we can have the friction. Naturally, if we go in a natural way, we can only get the friction, confusion, and underperformance. So to get rid of all these three things, except these three things, whatever we do, whatever we have the dream, and to just accomplish our dream, to reach at our destiny, we need to have the leadership. That's why only three things happens naturally in organization: friction, confusion, and underperformance. So everything else requires the leadership. So said by the Peter Drucker. Yes. So who is the leader then? What's the leader? Leader is someone who brings the people from where they are and where they need to be, where they want to be. It's all about bridging the gap between the actual status and the future status. So where do you want to go and where you are? So how do we define the term, the person leader? A leader is an innovator who has creativity, who has innovative thoughts, innovative idea, who can just explore the innovative invention and innovation throughout their knowledge, idea, expertise, wisdom, whatever he or she has. So when you talk about the leader, leaders must be an innovator. If we don't think in an innovative way, then we must not just claim ourselves as a leader. Then leader is a coach. Yes, a leader is a coach. Leaders should just advise, give direction. A leader always just motivate the people. Leader always just give the direction to the subordinates of people to reach at the destiny. So if a person wants to be a leader, then he or she should have the qualities of the coaching qualities. So leader is a politician. Politician, if you don't know how to do the politics, if you don't know how to just run the politics, if you don't know how to drive the organization, so in a better way, in a strategic way, then can just define as a leader and leadership. Leader must be a politician. Politician does the politics about to do the better for the organization, to do the betterment of the society. So when we talk about the leader is a communicator. So communication is the utmost thing for the leadership development process. If we can't communicate what we want to do, so if we can't communicate what is our dream, what is our vision to the our subordinates, then followers may not support you. Followers may not just give the blind support to you. That's why So where are we going? What is our destiny? What is our process? So why we are doing all these things? This kind of things should be communicated in a better way. That is all about the process of transmitting the information, idea, message, emotion, feelings to the receivers in an effective manner throughout the encoding and decoding process. There must have the presence of the effective communication. There are so many ways to have the effective communication. So audience or subordinates should just understand what you are just delivering, what you are trying to just share and say with your subordinates. That's why leaders should be a good communicator. Without being a good communicator, you cannot share your thoughts to the, you cannot convince the people. Without just convincing the people, you cannot lead the organization and society. That's why to be a good leader, one need to be a good communicator. Yes. Yeah. A leader is a problem solver. Their problems are natural and inevitable in the world. Wherever you are in the competitive world, in the capitalism, we can see the problems. Wherever you are, either you are in the professional life or personal life, problems are natural and inevitable. To just get rid of the problems, if you want to be a leader, you need to be a problem solver rather than the problem creator. Yes, problems are there, but if you can solve the problem in a better way, then you are the leader. That's why to solve the problem, we need to have the sound knowledge of the particular issues. So you need to just understand, we need to have the knowledge, ideas, skills, and insights to just solve the problem. Without just getting into the problem, we cannot solve the problem. That's
Dr.
why
Tulsi, can I
leader
ask you to
should
wrap up,
solve
please?
the problem.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you
Yes.
to wrap up?
So
Thank you so much.
leader manages the time. Time management is the most essential skill.
Yeah, Dr. Pandey, so sorry, but we are like running, we already crossed 20 minutes.
Excuse me?
Speech. Yeah, Dr. Tulsi, we already crossed 20 minutes.
Hello?
Of speech. Hope you can hear us. It's already crossed 20 minutes of your speech and we are really tight.
Hello?
To do. Dr. Pandey,
Hello?
can you hear us?
So are you hearing me? Am I audible?
You are.
You are audible. We were just saying that you've gone over 20 minutes and we've got quite a lot of speakers waiting still. So
Oh, so I'm so sorry.
if you
So
could just
I'm about
conclude
to.
in 1 minute just to conclude it, and that would be amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'll wrap up. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Yes, so just manage the time. Leader is to be a good leader. We need to just manage the time. Leader manages the quality in terms of effectiveness of the work. Leader manages the chemistry with the heterogeneous or homogeneous elements of the society. Leader manages the goal. It's all about the goal attainment. So either it is a goal displacement or goal success. And to manage the goal, so leader speaks in the performance. Leader action speaks louder than the words. Leader speaks in the results. Yes, leader makes the rational decision. Yeah, we know it. Leader makes the. If you want to be a leader, so we need to take the rational decision. Our decisions should be rational. So leader takes the risks. Without taking the risks, so cannot be a good leader in 21st century. Yes, there must be the charismatic leadership, transformational, transitional leadership. So when we talk about the transformation, it's all about the in doing the impactful job. If we don't do
Can I
the
just
impactful
stop
job.
you there? Sorry, Dr. Tulsi. I can see that you've got 70 odd slides and we're not going to be able to get through all of them. So I do
Okay,
apologize.
thank you.
We're
Okay.
going to have to go on to the next speaker because they've been patiently waiting too. And I do appreciate you because I know that you've had technical issues and you're coming in and out. But I would ask all the speakers to try to respect the 15 minutes that we're allocating you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much.
Could you stop sharing? That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, thank you so much, Dr. Tulsi. We're going to go on to Sandy now, who's been really patiently waiting. Sandy, go ahead and give us your presentation. Thank you so much for being here.
You need to unmute. Okay, fine. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so are you going to ask me questions or should I just rattle off whatever I have to say?
No, please give us your presentation or your speech. And
okay,
then
okay. So I've got my timer so that I know I won't go. So I'm going to start it now. So thank you very much for having me on your program, and my apologies for coming in late. For some reason, I was miscalculated. So apologies for that and for pushing back all the speakers. So coming to my topic, which is about health and wellness, and the fact that I just celebrated my 70th birthday, and I feel absolutely on top of the world. So I was asked by Arijit to speak a little bit about health and wellness and my attitude and how others can also do something like that. I'm sure there are some really fit and lively and energetic and healthy people in my age group who haven't really had the opportunity of coming on the program. So kudos to all of them. And for all of those young people, and when I say young, I mean younger than me, get your health and wellness program on now. I'll tell you what, because it's one of the things that is the most important when it comes to your quality of life. If your quality of life is not all right because you suffer, and I'm using the word suffer, from various different ailments, which nowadays seem to be accepted as lifestyle. So it's like they're called lifestyle diseases. Okay, so what is a disease? It's dis-ease. And who causes the dis-ease? We do. Every individual causes the dis-ease in their own body. It's nothing external. So if you really love yourself, you value yourself, and you respect yourself, you will stop the dis-ease, right? And where does that come from? The first word is stress. Oh, we're all so stressed out. Nonsense. Nobody can stress you out unless you give them permission to be stressed. Get that? So if you want to be relaxed and happy, you have to learn to set the boundaries around you. Being a people pleaser is not going to get you anywhere. So unless you have an agenda, you must have your own agenda, right? And in that agenda, if you are to make a certain compromise or maybe step back, take a step back because things will get better, yes, why not? You need to be flexible, but stop being a people pleaser. And this applies not only in your professional life, it applies first and foremost in your own personal family life. So whether you're the daughter, whether you're the mother, whether you're the daughter-in-law, whether you're the wife, whoever you are, whatever role you play, remember, pleasing other people at the cost of yourself is contra to what you should be doing if you truly value yourself. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to health, oh, I'm too old, or at this age, you can't do this. That's all nonsense. You can do anything you want. I've done 2 yatras. The last one that I did to Mount Kailash, which everybody knows is you walk at 18,500 feet, which is the highest. I was 68 years old. I completed it without a problem. Why? Because I'm looking after my health. We had people who were like 49, 50, who couldn't go beyond Mansarovar, which is at 16,000 feet. Their breathing, their heart rate, everything was in a mess. And here I was, 68 years old, no problem at all. Why? Because I look after myself. So don't wait till you're X age to go for a medical checkup. Don't wait till you're X age to start doing something. Start today. Okay, when I talk about medical checkup, is just to make sure that everything's working properly. If there is something small, you can always nip it in the bud, correct? The other thing is, I don't believe in medication, and I don't believe in stuffing myself with all kinds of supplements that are on the market. You know, marketing, health food marketing is like the biggest business ever. And you go to a pharmacy or a health store, and you want to buy everything because they have a pill for everything. And if you really did that, you are, and excuse me, Arijit, I'm going to say this, passing very expensive urine, because the body cannot assimilate everything that you pop into your mouth. So focus on your diet. And I don't mean the keto and this, that, and the other plenty of diets that are going around. Use your common sense. Okay, if you come from a certain part of the world and you eat a certain kind of food, your body is used to that. Genetically, you're used to eating all of that, right? Find things that work for you in your system. Don't start adopting another system that works in another part of the world. It doesn't help. Just be focused on yourself. But I think the most important thing is when you make a decision to value yourself and you start doing things that really work for you. Because when you're happy and the happy hormones work, everything else falls into place. But when you stress yourself out, what happens? The cortisol in your body goes up, the adrenaline pumps more, and everything starts getting, because the body looks at it as I'm in a stressful mode, I'm in a fearful mode, and it operates at that level. And if you continue to do that, you are actually damaging all your organs. Okay, so when you're healthy, it doesn't mean you are looking more beautiful. It doesn't mean you're looking more, your skin is looking great. Those are all side effects. So don't do health for looking externally good. Your health should be, your diet should be to take care of your internal organs. And what I've discovered, I'm not saying this will be for everybody, but what I have discovered very well is natural remedies are the best. Less chemicals in your body. You can assimilate better. It's less stress on the body. And so I'm a great proponent of Ayurveda. And most of the supplements that I take are not so much to make me more beautiful. That's a side effect. But it is to cleanse my body. Because if you look at your liver, if you look at your kidneys, you look at your digestive system, they need cleansing. And when you cleanse it, they become more effective in processing whatever else we put in our mouth. So for all those people who believe in emotional eating, please stop now. It's not going to help you. It's not going to get you to feel better. It's not going to give you mental peace. It's not going to do any of those things, because this is something that you need to work on separately. So popping stuff into your mouth for stress, for sleeping, for doing this better, for doing that better, stop it. So if we were to listen to the health and wellness industry, we would be having a pill for everything. And I'm saying to people, okay, everybody is vitamin D deficient. Yeah, I've heard that before. 15 minutes of fabulous sunshine early in the morning is all you really need. You don't need to get an injection. You don't need to pop a pill, right? So if you look at your fruits and vegetables and all of those things, try and keep a balance. So all I would say is, if you look at A, B, C, D, and if we relate that to health and wellness, what is number one? A. A is your attitude. What is your attitude in life? Is it one of being a martyr? Is it one of having to struggle for everything? What is it exactly? So A is your attitude. Your attitude will determine your altitude, right? Second is B. What is B? B is be yourself. Be you, right? And C is have charisma. But more important, have courage. Have the courage to say no. Have the courage to say, I will do this my way. Have the courage to say, okay, this is the goal I've set myself, whether it's a financial goal, whether it's a physical goal, whether it's a relationship goal, and work towards it. What is D? D is for all of us, dream. Dream big. But then after that, convert those dreams into reality. But dream. The other thing is be determined. Be determined in whatever you do. So I did the Dubai Women's Run. I was the oldest person to register for the run. So I was age 70, and the maximum that was the run was 10K. There will be ladies who were 50 and below who did 3K. Why? Because they didn't want to push themselves. If you push yourself a little bit, you will feel so much satisfaction in what you do. So think about it not only in the physical sense, but also in the mental sense. When you set yourself a goal of a business or achieving a certain amount of money or doing something where you feel, I have to really work hard for it. We've been talking today, I think, about focus. We've been talking about strategy. We've been talking about so many different things. But when it comes to you personally, have your own goals. They could match what others are doing, but always make it your own. If you don't have a goal, it won't work, right? So dream big, have determination. And so we come to D and then we come to E, my favorite word. So the first word is to empower. And I think this platform is there to empower everyone. The second is to engage. And I think this platform is engaging everybody. The third one is to educate. And I think you're doing a wonderful job of doing that. So when you look at all of these things, they're all positive. They're all bringing a lot of messages from each one of us to all those people listening, to all the people participating. So in your life, learn the 3 E's, learn to engage, learn to educate, learn to encourage, and learn to empathize. But when you empathize in a manner which says, I hear you, I feel for you, but I'm going to help you stand up on your feet, and then I'm going to give you a little nudge, so you need to walk by yourself, right? So we have 2 minutes and 22 seconds, and I would like to say this, that health cannot be compromised on. We are born a perfect working creation of the Creator. Everything works perfectly, right? And we don't come with spare parts. So we need to maintain ourselves because we are an asset which cannot be replaced. If you buy an expensive car, what do? You spend all your time, oh, I can't get a scratch on this, it can't do this, I have to send it for maintenance, I have to do this, blah, blah, blah. Aren't you more important than your possessions? Aren't you there to say, okay, if I didn't, what are all these possessions if I can't enjoy them? If I don't have the energy to enjoy them, if I don't have that feeling of saying, okay, I can go out, I can do this, I can do that. Just by having that, you can be healthier. So my closing words are this. Don't listen to all the stuff that the health industry tells you. Don't listen to all the stuff that the wellness industry tells you. Everybody is out there to make a buck, and that's good. They're doing business, but be wise, be sensible, and do things and buy things and follow routines that have the best result for you, because you are the most important person in your life. Remember that, not anybody else, you are. So on that happy note, take care and be healthy, be happy, and have a wonderful life. Take care.
Thank you.
I'm done.
You're a bundle of wonderfulness. That's what you are. You're just absolutely gorgeous. I loved that. And I'm sure lots of people watching enjoyed it as much as I did. And so many great points that you made that are put in such a nice, simple way that going forward, we can take that with us. So what did you think, Arijit? Did you enjoy it as much as I did, or was it just me sitting
I
here
loved it. Totally loved it.
fanning? Girl fanning.
Yeah, just enjoy life. Be humorous. Have a good laugh is the best medicine.
Amazing.
Thank you very much for having me.
I'm going to be hanging around with you, Sandy. I'm
yes,
going to start stalking you.
You
right
better,
now.
you better. We'll enjoy ourselves.
But without further ado, we are going to move on to the next speaker just because of time. And we have Nin. Is that how I pronounce your name?
Name like Ninja, you got it right, Nina.
And I got it right. And where are you speaking from? Does the accent give it away?
I am in California, USA. Thanks so much for
Amazing.
having me.
Lovely. Well, take it away. The stage is yours, unless Arijit wants to add anything.
All right. Let's
Please.
see. Can you see my screen?
Fantastic. We can see that. Yep. Amazing. I'll leave you with
Okay,
it.
let's go. World Summit, World Leaders Summit. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Nin. I'm the CEO of Snaprillia. And today I'm going to talk about a little bit of what we do and why it's important. So as a person, I've gone through a lot of things, a lot of startups, And my last startup in 2020, I helped about 937,000 people, almost 1 million people land jobs in tech companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Visa, MasterCard, A to Z. And what I discovered is that if you're underrepresented and self-taught talent, you have less than 95% chance to be passed to the next stage from the first 3 application stages, from the job application, from the resume screen or phone screen or coding test. And I thought, well, that's not right. People who are underrepresented, they may not go to Harvard or Stanford in masses. However, it doesn't really matter whether you have the best degree or best schooling in the world, as long as you're passionate and you put your heart and mind into work, because the best people I work with are the ones that do so. See, the problem that people face today is that the companies face today is that developers are extremely expensive. The compensation, total compensation, salaries, and so on make most of the project's budget, while at the same time, budget is always in competition with timeline and quality. It's literally the triangle: project and death. While a lot of projects that are starting out and want to build something impactful, innovative in the world, they need senior developers to join their founding teams. And you can see a lot of these senior developers, they don't apply to jobs. And because of that, it's really, really tough to find them. Even in the bear market right now, there's more jobs for developers than there are developers out there by order of magnitude. And so this is a huge opportunity for us to get 1 million self-taught and underrepresented people in tech and partner with technologies like AI and blockchain to decentralize opportunities in technology so that everyone can have a fair access to new opportunities, ones that they would not have access to previously. So for us, what we decided to build and what we found out that really, really works is building a marketplace of opportunities where companies can build and grow with the right people on budget without sacrificing quality, and where people can build their on-chain reputation that's verified and trusted, that will unlock more opportunities for them globally. We have about 890 million people in a database that we vet, that are seasoned talent, and we can drive it for any tech stack anywhere. But not only that, a lot of startups and projects, especially now, they are looking for not just talent, but some of them are quite frankly looking for opportunities themselves. Opportunities come from funding, and funding is something that we also help provide. Through grants, we helped about, over the past 6 months, we helped different projects raise around $1 million from non-dilutive, no IP claim grants to build cool projects. We connect both businesses with mentors, as well as the talent that comes on our platform with mentors, whether they're trying to learn Haskell, whether they're trying to learn coding or marketing or whatever it is, any digital skill that they have. The funding, I strongly believe that the funding creates opportunities because, talent is universal. Almost anyone can learn almost anything, but opportunities are not, especially if you take a look at the global ecosystem. And so for opportunities on our platform, anyone has access to them, whether they're bounties, hackathons, or just gigs. Here's a very quick product demo. Hope I have time to go through all this, but please sit back, relax, and watch this 2-minute video.
Fortune 100 companies who are the biggest employers in tech, as well as Cardano community teams and projects to help them reduce their technical backlog, hire the best, and create more opportunities for people regardless of who they are. Companies can simply sign up using our Web2 or Web3 authentication that's completely passwordless. Invite their team members to create and collaborate on managing bounties, creating the bounties, putting in all the information that's required for the bounty, as well as inviting people to participate in these projects, full visibility with pull requests, commits, progress of the projects, the users involved, and the work that they were able to do, real-time analytics on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and participate just in discussion with teams who are working on their bounties. All in all, this is an enterprise solution to hire the best and remove bias from the hiring process. So anyone, whether they're mentee or mentor, or just trying to break into the industry and learn, is able to go on our platform and see the different bounties that we have, including the different search filters. Check out the bounties itself, what they're about, what they need to get, the reward, express interest either as a mentor, mentee, or individual contributor. So for example, I'm new, I want to join as a mentee, combine both of my on-chain reputation as well as my social profiles and networks to be able to have a strong application, and then pick teams that I would like to join and start working. Check out who your team members are, connect with them, join on the discussion, see the Git history, as well as
Awesome. So what we do, here's like a use case where Tangent, one of our partners and awesome customers, they wanted to hire people and they had an opportunity for us to partner with them and for them to partner with us. We essentially have a staffing product and services and a funding product and services. Here's a use case where we delivered within a week about almost 200 people. There's a lot of activity in engaging that gig and bounty, as well as clicking around. 86 people have actually commented, replied, and engaged Tangent. And within this 1 week, we were able to deliver 20 active developers, and Tangent was able to hire 2 full-time people. And we focus on serving underrepresented populations. Tangent specifically has found one really good Iranian lady who's a full stack developer from the devs that we sent. She had loads of Web2 experience as well as Web3 experience, which is a huge plus because they're building on blockchain. She's in their Slack helping now. They recruited her and one more dev to the full-time team. And while in Iran, as you may know, that there's a lot of protests for women's rights and women empowerment, while other people talk about it, we simply just create opportunities to empower people globally to contribute to their communities. Here's a testimonial from Ben, their Chief Operating Officer. Let's see if that one plays.
Again, just a big thank you to the Snaprilla team. We've been able to get our bounties up there, find some great developers, and really build and create the things that we need to help us achieve our goals of bringing more utility to NFTs on Cardano. Thank you to Nin and his team.
awesome. Thank you, Ben. What is Tangent building, and why is it important for you guys to find developers?
It's a good question. So when we came across Cardano and the whole Catalyst community, we wanted to bring more utility to the network in regards to the NFTs. So yeah, Snaprilla, Nin, yourself, we've been able to communicate with you from early days. You've been really open and helpful guiding us on this journey. And then yeah, through numerous communications with yourself, we learned about your bounty program, and we're able to, as mentioned just now, able to put our needs up there, and we're able to find the people to successfully implement the things that we needed to do.
Awesome. And what kind of developers were you looking for, and who did you actually end up finding?
But yeah, I know it's specific to do with the coding side of things for our staking, for our farm. So yeah, we were able to find the right people for that, to help clean up the code, and to implement the changes that we need to make it specific to Tangent's needs.
Awesome. And you said you did find people, right?
We certainly did. Yeah. We had a vast array of people to choose, and we were able to find the people that most suited our needs and requirements.
Yeah, and do you remember roughly how quickly that happened?
Yeah, it was a fast process. I mean, from the time of posting the bounty, I think we already had a couple of candidates within 24 hours, I believe. Of course, as time went by, we were able to choose from a larger stock of developers. Yeah.
Awesome. And we have been extremely blessed because all of our partners and customers have been willing to give us testimonials. Here's Clint, here's Lance from Roots ID. We contribute to the decentralized identity market, as well as Simon, who's doing scholarships for people across Africa. And here, let's watch from the candidate side, from the engineer side, how was their experience?
My name is Edmund, and I'm a front-end developer. Actually, I'm one of the developers that got passed through the direct ed gig that was posted on Snapbrilla. The project was actually about building a D app using React. We use React and Next.js with an estimated time of 80 hours, but we use less than that. I personally use 19 hours to build the project, then later on had to host it on Vercel. Actually, it was a great opportunity. I love the project. It was a bit challenging, but it went really well, and I'm really grateful and I'm happy that I got past.
Hey, Nia, it's great, but we have only 1 minute left.
Right now, as a front-end developer, I learned a lot of things with Simon. I would say that it's really a great opportunity. I've learned a lot. I've learned about BlockFrost API.
Awesome. But we have 3 more minutes. I'm running my timer here, 15 minutes, right? So really the value that we provide is we give talent opportunities globally, right? Remote experience, on-chain reputation for hiring teams. We give qualified candidates, quicker and better candidate experience. And for hiring teams, they always want to hire fast, hire the best, and get real work done. So for us, if over the past 6 months, we've helped 101 people land jobs at big and small companies, about 60% success rate for people who join this program, who may not even know front end from back end. And we really try to focus on underrepresented self-taught communities. And the reason why is for a business over here, a couple $1,000 is not a big deal, but for people across the world, that is oftentimes a life-changing amount. I have awesome co-founders. Frank is leading the Web3 and blockchain teams. He's a YCOM alumni. His previous startups hit 2 million revenue within 6 months. Beatrice, she's a Coding Dojo alumni. She's been a software engineer for a long time. She gets stuff done. And James, he's a Techstars alumni. He built peer-to-peer lending service to help people prevent them from predatory loans. All of these all my co-founders, including myself, were all self-taught engineers, and we taught ourselves how to code. So we understand what it takes to really go out there and learn what it takes to land a job. We have awesome team of advisors, including my last CTO, who has almost 14,000 citations on Google Scholar, and Mark Israel, who lives in Africa for as long as I know him, and he used to be as the CTO of Microsoft. Of course, a lot of partners, including SeedStars, where I met Arijit, Launch House, Project Catalyst, IOHK, and others. So please help us get in touch. Let's get 1 million underrepresented people in tech and ideally in Web3. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Nin. Thank you. Thank you. If you could have stopped sharing, that'd be amazing. We're going to go straight on to the next speaker, which is Sandy, also from America. Are you there, Sandy?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Nina?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. We can see you clearly. I love the fact that you've got the background supporting the World Leader Summit. Thank you for that. Can I ask where in America you're actually calling from today?
Yes, I'm in Houston, Texas. So thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
Fantastic. I'm going to give you 15 minutes and let you do your thing. Thank you.
Sounds good. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see it.
You see it clearly.
Can you see it as it appears, I guess, right now?
Yep, see it clearly. Thank you. Promoting innovation through TXM. See it clearly.
Yeah. Does it show up in presentation mode now?
It is. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Arijit, Nina, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Sandeep Kibe. I work for ExxonMobil Technology and Engineering Company. I have about 15 years of experience in the industry. And what I wanted to talk about are some of our lessons learned, personal experiences associated with promoting innovation, and wanted to share a couple of stories here in the next 10 to 12 minutes. Hopefully some of these messages resonate with you all. Okay, so I want to start with something very fundamental, and I think this is a very knowledgeable audience. So I just want to kind of, I think all of you all know this really well. This is a chart that is from a book called Collective Genius by Professor Linda Hill, Dr. Linda Hill from Harvard Business School. It's very fundamental in that whenever we are talking about innovation and making ideas innovative, we're talking about three things. We're talking about, are these ideas desirable? Is there a business pull? Are these ideas valuable? Meaning, are they going to drive business value? And then finally, the feasibility. That do we have resources? Can we make this idea happen? It's fairly fundamental, but what we are really talking about here is, in order to sustain a culture of innovation, in my opinion, and from what I've seen from our experience day to day, from battle-hardened experiences day in and day out over the last 15 years, here are the three key ingredients. It's easy to talk about innovation. It's easy to put on platitudes on a piece of paper. It's quite another to actually implement it and to generate innovative ideas and sustain them over time. I think there are two key ingredients that we have seen in our experience that is needed. First is the customer experience. Second is the employee experience. And the combination of the two gets you to total experience. Most companies, most teams, most startups, most industries tend to focus more on customer experience, which is not bad, which is part of the story, and it's definitely needed. However, that alone is not sufficient. You need both. Okay, so with that, I want to start with customer experience. Customer experience, the reason why people focus so much on it is because it is the litmus for success. That's where you're creating value. That's where you're growing your customer base. That's where you're generating revenue. That's where you're making the company a success. And therefore, it is something that gets talked about all the time, pretty much in every forum, and every startup, every CEO, every company focuses on it, and it is the right thing to do. So what's involved in that? Innovation definitely starts with understanding customer needs, design thinking, understanding the pain point, and doing something about it. That's what that is. Just to boil it down, there are four key things that we need to focus on when it comes to customer experience. First is functionality. You have to address the pain point. There is a price point associated with every technology, every customer need. Understanding that is very important. The technology has to be something, or a product, technology, service, whatever it is. Ease of use is important. It's something that the customer should be able to use and needs to be robust when it comes to being used out in the field. And then finally, if we take care of the functionality, if we take care of the price point, if we make sure it's easy to use, it's convenient, it's user-friendly, that's what leads you to customer delight. And that is the goal. That's where customer acquisition happens. All good things happen. And I've seen Arijit talk about this on LinkedIn and other forums and all of that. So again, it's out there. We know it. The challenge is, how do we make this happen? Let me share with you an example. It's a real world example that we have been working on for the past couple of years, and I want to share some of the learnings from there. So just to set the stage, ExxonMobil, we as a company, industry as a whole, producing oil and gas is what we do. That requires drilling, and part of drilling is we have these rigs that are out in remote parts of the world, which are not necessarily have the right infrastructure in terms of the connectivity, technology, so when we are drilling, we are collecting a lot of valuable information in terms of what the well is telling us, in terms of the drilling rates, in terms of what's working, what is not, what is the rate at which we're drilling, how deep, how fast. what type of mode are we using, things like that. All the operational details, which I'm not going to go through today, those operational details are extremely valuable and can result or can help us make better decisions if we capture all the data somehow from the rig site, make sure that the data through cloud or through some other format gets back to our enterprise where our engineers are sitting so that they can look at this data real time and make some decisions based on what the well is telling us. Well's always talking. It's always trying to tell us something based in terms of it. It's always giving us feedback. The key for us is to figure out what that data is telling us, what story is it telling us, and then how do we make decisions that are appropriate, timely, and cost-effective for good business, good operations, and operational excellence. So we have been working on these technologies, the drilling automation technologies. Let me give you an example. We have existing off-the-shelf capabilities, products that are out there. They're well proven, well established. We have balances for mud densities. We have viscometers, which give us the rheological data, the viscosity of the fluid, the rheology of the fluid, and all that good stuff. And then we also have retorts, which tell us what the ratio of oil, water, and solids is. All of this information can be measured using from the mud that is coming out of the well or the fluids that are coming out of the well, using all of these instruments that exist. No new innovation is needed for products like these. The challenge is, how do we make sure that this happens real time, continuous, 24/7, safely, robustly, without any downtime, without any issues? And so on the right, what you're seeing is a skid that we built in our company, leveraging some of the leveraging some of the products that are out here that you see on the left. And then we have bolted on some enhancements, improvements, some proprietary stuff. But it is delivered. Remember, I talked about price point. We have delivered this to our operations at a price point that is 30 to 40% lower in cost compared to what the next best technology, the next best alternative that is out there available in the market. And so that gives us a tremendous competitive advantage. That gives us, our operations and our customers, our business units, the ability to bring this technology out in the field, collect data real time, and achieve that at a price point that is extremely advantageous and leads to operational excellence. The key there for us, this took us about 3.5, 4 years. We went through multiple minimum viable products. We went through a rigorous learning, tremendous setbacks, multiple failures, learning, listening, understanding what the issues are, and through trial and error, leveraging what's out there, but also then enhancing and bringing some of our in-house expertise to provide a solution that the customer really wants, cares about, and really solves the pain points that they're experiencing out in the field. So this is an example of innovation that happened over a period of a couple of years, and it again, everything starts with customer needs. So this is sort of the CX side of things. But that alone was not enough to make this innovation happen. And so that brings me to the employee experience. I want to share very quickly 3 core principles. You can try to sustain a culture of innovation. You can build great products, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to sustain. It is not going to maintain its momentum unless you take care of employee experience. So let's talk a little bit about that. Great employee experience, in my opinion, and my experience, is where people who are actually day in and day out working on that innovation, trying to get those innovative ideas generated and then converted into reality. Here's what they need to feel. 1, valued by the direct manager, valued by the team, and valued by the organization. So important. I mean, Sandy talked about it earlier, Nina talked about it earlier. It's the human element. It's the human element that we're trying to bring in in this beautiful concept of customer experience, the user experience, the multi-experience. You'll hear about these, in different forums. None of that matters unless we really take care of our employees the way they need to be taken care of, so that they feel like they matter, they belong, that they are seen. And so let me very quickly, how do we do this? It's all about leadership. And, multiple speakers talked about this in the past. There are three things that we do really well in terms of our employee experience. Demonstrating care, so we look out for each other. Demonstrating compassion, where we demonstrate understanding. And then courage, doing what is right. So very quickly, I want to touch upon these three. Last couple of years have been extremely hard for humanity in terms of COVID-19. So we have this campus. Here's our picture showing our offices here in Houston. Fantastic place, large campus to collaborate, to bounce ideas off of each other and to kind of innovate. When pandemic struck, everything changed. So these collaborative spaces that you hear, open cubicles, where which foster a lot of interaction, collaboration, idea exchange, discussion, and really that point counterpoint that is so essential to innovation. We have the focus in place, but when it comes to innovation during the pandemic, we had to revert back to this. So here's an example. When the pandemic happened, I mean, we had to mask up, and we had to somehow make sure that people could come to the office, get their work done, because a lot of our experimental work, as you can see, a lot of our innovative work is experimental in nature. And so that cannot be done remotely, sitting at home or working remotely on a computer. Some of it can, 100% of it cannot. So how do we make sure that we are able to bring our employees in? And, in spite of the pandemic, at that time, remember in 2019, there was no vaccine, there was no antidote to COVID-19. And it presented us some very real challenges in terms of making sure people could come in, feel safe, but at the same time could do what they need to do in terms of innovation. So this is what we did. We increased the spacing of between our cubicles. Where possible, people masked up. We created shifts, morning shift, afternoon shift, evening shift. We monitored how many people were there, co-located in terms of, to promote social distancing. We have these ballrooms that you see in the background over there, where we have all these experimental capabilities, where we run all our experiments, and that was one way to look out for each other. We have employees who had pre-existing conditions, maybe family members who are elderly, small kids who were not vaccinated. All of that was taken into account in terms of making sure that we took care of our employees. My second one is compassion. One of the things that pandemic did is throw compassion out of the window. People became not as much understanding of everybody's situation. And so we leveraged technology to broadcast live from the lab in terms of the work that people were doing. And you see 6 examples here. People were sharing their stories. People were talking about, what they were experiencing at home, some of the challenges they were experiencing at home, some of the challenges they were experiencing at work, bringing all that together, sharing their stories in about 5 minutes or less. And that really created so much empathy, because people realized that we are all in this together, that their stories, their personal stories are not uncommon. Other people in the team, in the building, in the company are experiencing similar stuff. And that just promoted more empathy, more understanding when people understood, when people started to realize that there is a lot more commonality to the kind of experiences that we have. Led to compassion. And third one is courage. Now, I cannot talk about courage without referencing the situation that we are seeing in Ukraine right now. This is a picture of President Zelensky from the very first time when the war started, and he was basically out in the town square on YouTube and on social media, demonstrating courage. And it's just such a great example of courage. Let me give you an example from our business unit. So right in the middle of the pandemic, There was a well out in Permian here in the US that needed intervention. My team was called to go out. At that time, we had no vaccine, nothing. And so it was a very challenging decision in terms of sending people out. It's hard for me to do something like that if I'm not going to be able to fly out to Midland, Texas, or any other part of the world, and I don't feel comfortable doing it. It's impossible for me to ask my team to take on such a risk. And so I told them candidly, hey, if you don't want to, you don't have to. No is a perfectly acceptable answer. Talk to your families, see if you're willing to do this. These are the 4 people who had the expertise to take care of that well. They went back over the weekend, and as you can see, you know, we have folks with kids, families, elderly, all of them thought over it, talked to their families over the weekend, came back Monday, said yes. No vaccine, you know, so we at that time, and you can see the age range and all of that, demographics and whatnot. We made sure that they flew out safely from Houston all the way to Midland. It's about 2-hour flight. They isolated, they took every precaution, masked up, and isolated themselves from the entire rig crew. Hundreds of people, thousands of people out on the rig site, they isolated themselves. They worked actually in trailers. They took the lab, all our equipment, all our capability from the lab. They created a makeshift, a temporary lab out in the field, stayed there for 2 weeks, operating in 2 shifts, 2 12-hour shifts, 24/7. And they analyzed all the data, analyzed all the samples that were coming from the actual drilling operation as it was happening live. They interacted very minimally with the team, with the rig crew, masked up and all of that, took every precaution, hand washing, all of that good stuff. But together, all 4 of them, they operated like a family unit because these were such close quarters that it was impossible. It was impossible to maintain social distancing within the trailer. So they operated like a family, 4 folks, and here's how the setup is. They set up this lab and they operated there every day. They shared meals together. They cooked their food. They did not go out for 14 days. They stayed camped in. They had all the supplies, you know, and so they cooked their own meals, took care of themselves, all of that, and just lived like a family and got the job done. All of them were safe. They were able to safely come back after 14 days. It's an experience that is going to stay with me all throughout. These folks are the real heroes who kept our world economy running, who demonstrated courage, did what was right, not what was convenient. And that is what makes for a great employee experience. It's going to be inspiring for me all throughout, you know, and to my team as well. So here's one more picture of, you know, them working together. As you can see, basically, you know, 24/7 operations, and just got all of that done. Okay, so I wanna respect time here. I want to talk about so in terms of taking our innovation culture to the next level through total experience management. It all starts with getting the customer experience right. That's the litmus for success. Customer delight is really, really fundamental to the success of the company. That's where cash flow is generated. Like I said, that alone is not enough. Great employee experience fuels innovation, and it requires care, compassion, and courage from leadership. And in order to sustain, you need both. Sustain innovation, you need both. So, this is a battle hardened experience. I'm here to tell you that sustaining the culture of innovation and practice is not easy. In fact, it is very difficult. It requires making some very hard choices that are not always easy to make, and you really have to take into account both customer and employee focus. And the way to do that is through total experience management, like I just described earlier. That's the way to go. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing, and I really appreciate your time and attention. I hope I didn't go over the time limit.
Not to worry. Thank you so much for wrapping up as quickly as you did. Thank you so much, Sandeep. And a great message, you know, working together. And I really enjoyed the way it was set out, and I'm sure everyone else did. Respecting everyone's time, because I know Arijit and I have got something to do after this too, and we're trying to fit everybody in. We have homes to go to. So we are going to go straight on to, is it Irene from Germany? Are you there? Dr. Irene?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. If you want to, I know you've unmuted, but if we can see your gorgeous face, there you go. And I'm going to leave it with you.
It always takes a couple. It always takes a couple of seconds. That's why.
It does, yeah. Happy that another European person's here. So we have a very global stage today. But I'm going to leave it with you for 15 minutes, and I look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So hope that my presentation is visible to everyone. Fantastic. I'm so happy to be here today. I'm Iran Kiloubi from Germany, Munich. I have a social impact initiative called Joint Generations, and our credo is the future is young and old. And that's what I will be talking about today. What do we do? In fact, we build bridges between different generations, the young and the old. We do so through many different digital and analog formats, such as our reverse mentoring app, workshops, consultancy, and so on. And we also bring generations together working on different innovation projects at a very short period of time where they come up with innovative solutions. I have a question for you to get started. What do you associate with the expression ageism or age discrimination? Maybe you can write down your thoughts in the chat, or if you are willing to do so, you can also unmute yourself and talk to me directly. So what do you think of if you hear the term ageism or age discrimination? Take a look at the chat. If there's any. No ideas at all. Ageism or age discrimination. Well, most of the time when people think of that term, they think, okay, somebody is being considered as being too old, right? But it can also go the other way around. You can be considered as being too young to take on responsibility or to make proper decisions. And then we have people who might be considering you as being too old to learn new things or to be still be capable of doing something or having certain expertise. Well, I would like to mention some statements from the economy. Those are all true stories that really happened. And here, for example, there was one person stating, the old have no idea about digitalization. So maybe you can also reflect on this point and think, is it really true? Do you believe it? Or what is your opinion on that? In fact, in this case, I can only let science talk. Well, university in Germany has conducted some research stating that the actual age of a person and occupational performance are not systematically linked. That's a matter of fact. So it means not having the knowledge of digital skills doesn't mean that's because of your age. It's because you've been growing up at a different context. Of course, someone who is a digital native or is a millennial grew up naturally with all those tools and is more familiar with that. But it doesn't mean that if you're, for example, 60 years old, you can still learn how to cope with those technologies. Then another statement from the economy. Only young people can develop something so innovative. In fact, it happened in my case when I was sitting in the jury board of a startup pitch competition after two siblings were presenting their new application with a swipe function. So my neighboring jury member said like, okay, Of course, only young people can develop something like that. And guess what? I was pretty much surprised because himself, he was guest-wise over 50, 55 years old. And it really shocked me that he said it even. So what does science say? There is a survey that found out that nearly 60% of all the employees surveyed, they truly believe that there's a value add from cross-generation collaboration. And even 43% perceive mixed age teams as more creative and successful. Why is it this way? Of course, if you combine the courage, the spirit of young people with the experience and the lifetime perspective that they have gained throughout their lives, of course, you can create something major. And it's not only thinking of the internal perspective, also thinking about the external perspective, because you want to be representative of all generations. Also, when you're considering your customers, they want to feel somehow represented. So some people might feel frustrated if they only see pictures of young people jumping around, and also having functionalities in your product that maybe older people cannot use. For example, we naturally grew up using the swipe function or touch screen, etc. But someone who might be 60 or 70 years old, he's not familiar with that. He'll be pretty much lost while using your application. So keep that in mind as well while you're developing your products. Here again, another statement: just because I'm young, I cannot take on responsibility. I can also recall my time when I came straight from university and started working at BMW. I experienced the same, all the time. People kept saying, oh, you're so young, wait a while, you need to have experience. And when I was also working with some Chinese suppliers, sometimes they didn't take me seriously. They always said, like, I want to talk to your boss or your supervisor. And I always had to explain to them, I am allowed to take those responsibilities. Just because I'm a woman and I'm so young, it doesn't mean that I'm not the one responsible for you and for this project, right? So as you can see here, it's also a difference if I'm a man who's 30 years old or I'm a woman who's 30 years old, or a woman being 50 years old or a man being 50 years old. So what does science say? Young and older employees have different strengths and competencies that can complement each other. Mixed age teams also offer the opportunity for intergenerational knowledge transfer. That's all about it. It's a win-win situation for both parties, having many different kinds of age groups within your team. But I will also touch on it in a while. So, in fact, talking about all these issues, what are in fact the challenges when it comes to age inclusion? So first of all, let's take a look from a societal view. Of course, as you all know, we are experiencing a demographic change and at the same time also experiencing shortage of skilled labor work. So our population is shrinking, getting older, and the strange thing is there are professors from the Stanford University and New York University who found out that age discrimination is the last commonly accepted form of discrimination at all, although studies have revealed that every fourth employee has already experienced age discrimination at workplace. And then there are, of course, other issues like pension insurance, health insurance, long-term care insurances, and so on, where the upcoming generations, like Generation Y, Generation Z, are not secure and don't know how they will handle that in the future. Since already those going in pension cannot really afford a good living after they have retired. Let's take a look at it from an economic view. So many leaders are stating that they are really facing challenges when it comes to the demographic change. Why? Because they now have to balance out the different expectations from different generations. As you can recall, we had like a pyramid where we have lots of people who are aging, but only a few young people being born. in particular in the Western communities and society. And here again, they have to manage the collaboration between young and old, which is prone to conflicts, of course. On the one hand side, they have to look for ways on how to maintain and keep the knowledge of older people as long as possible. And on the other hand side, how to make themselves attractive for young talents. So those are the major challenges that companies will face. And then they're also experiencing something called asymmetrical leadership constellation. What am I talking about? Meaning that more and more younger people will be leading and managing older employees. So in particular in the IT industry, you can see it already. There's someone who's 25, 30 years old and has a team of people being older than her or himself, over 40, 50 years old. And I can remember because when I worked at BMW, it's a very traditional German conservative company. I was 25 and the next older colleague was 43 years old. Can you imagine that? So we had 18 years difference. So I've been talking about the many different generations. Of course, we need a certain understanding about them. As you can see here depicted, it starts with a mature generation, also called traditionalist, then goes on with baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z. And of course, many people might say like, oh, why do we have this categorization? It's so stupid because everyone is individual, everyone is different. Yes, of course, I totally agree. However, why do we have this categorization? Because each age group is influenced, impacted by the way they grew up, the way they have been educated, socialized, and in particular, what they have experienced during that time, what kind of crisis, what kind of events. As you can remember, for example, Vietnam crisis, Cuba crisis, oil crisis, economic financial crisis, the dot-com crisis, and so on. All those events, they impact on the way we think, feel, and act at workplace. Here you can see many, many different terms, expression that form the identity of each generational group. So what does it mean? We need to understand where they come from, what they have experienced in order to make a workplace that works out for everyone and their desires and expectations. Let me give you an example. For example, Generation Z are often believed to only look at inspiration, purpose, and fun at work. However, what did they experience the last couple of years? The pandemic crisis, yes, lockdown. So they're not only all about purpose. Now they also look for stability and for financial reward at work as well. So that's their identity because they faced a major crisis. Exactly. So there was a Deloitte study as well that has shown that over 2/3 of organizations truly believe that mixed age teams are important for their success. We've also been there with Joint Generations talking about the major issues and challenges that in particular the public sector will be facing. I don't know the international figures, but I can only state for Germany, by 2030, we'll have like 700K open positions in the public sector. Why? Because all of them will be retiring and there are no young talents that are coming after or following. And still, although 2/3 believe that there's a major success coming from many different generations at workplace, only 10% are prepared for that. Can you believe that? And I can tell you why it is this way. Many times, organizations come up to me and ask me, Irene, Ms. Kilubi, what do the young people need? We need more Gen Z people. working for a company. And guess what I'm answering them? Or to put it another way, what would you answer them? I'm curious to know. What would you answer someone coming up to you and asking you, what do young people, or in particular the Gen Z, need? Any ideas? Guess what? I just simply say that's the wrong question. Why? Because you need to ask yourself as a company, as a leader, whatsoever, what do people need to work better individually and as a team? It's the totally wrong direction just to assume, oh, as long as I focus on the young talents, on Gen Z, everything will be fine. Because at the end of the day, they have to integrate within a workforce that is age diverse. So you have to consider what kind of culture, corporate culture can really foster such an environment where every age group can feel heard and seen and listened to. And that's the major task you have in case. So what is needed to do? I always say there are 3 pillars: dialogue, culture, and whom. In order to make everyone feel welcome, we need to do everything to avoid those stereotypes and unconscious biases, prejudices, and so on, to foster an environment where every age group can feel comfortable and motivated to bring everything in and his skills and competencies to make your organization a success. So I truly believe that intergenerational collaboration and communication is the key to a future of equality, progress, and sustainability. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions so far?
I'm going to have to stop you there, but thank you so much, Dr. Irene. If there are any questions, I don't know if we'll be able to get them in because we have a very tight schedule. So yes, so much though for sharing. It was a very insightful presentation, very beautifully done as well. So thank you again. We are going to move on to the next speaker because, as I said, we have a very tight schedule and I'm mindful to get everybody in. Please stick to the 15 minutes. The next person is speaking from Nigeria, and it's Satayone. How do you pronounce your name? I'd love to know how to pronounce it properly. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Is Tato Yaone.
Tato Ayone.
Tato Yaone.
Tato Ayone. Okay, well, amazing. Great name. Let's hear your speech. I will put my hand up when you have 5 minutes left just to help you along.
Okay.
But,
all right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen here. Here is my topic, is how to become successful author. Let me go straight to the point. No matter what anyone says, there are some say simple. There are some simple actionable steps you can follow. You can follow to put yourself in the best position for success. There are some tips that can put you on the path to becoming a successful author. Point number 1: write every single day. This may sound obvious, but it doesn't make it any less essential. Developing a daily writing habit is the best way to improve your writing skills. Push through writer's block. and unlock the full potential of your creativity. Treat creativity writing like a full-time job. Setting ambitious but reasonable deadlines for yourself. If you have a day job, even carving out 20% per day to write will help you improve your writing skills. The only way to become a better writer is through actually through hard working and consistency. Join a writers group, find who are at the same point in their writing career as you, and meet up regularly to read each other's work and give one another feedback. Cultivating a community of peers can be invaluable, especially when you are trying to complete an ambitious project like a novel for the first time. Writers groups can help you stay disciplined and provide you with helpful notes, writing tips, and edits. Find a mentor. Even the most successful authors were once in your shoes. If you have a connection with a published author, they will likely give you writing advice if you ask in a polite and tactful way. Make a list of professional writers that you look up to, and try reaching out via email or social media. See if they will be to meet. They will be willing to meet for a coffee. A mentor can help you navigate the business side of writing, offering a wellspring of advice on everything ranging from the publishing industry to the merits of self-publishing to the details of how to write a query letter for your first novel. Read consistently. If you are not writing your own book or short story, you should be reading the work of other great writers. Read all types of writing, from novel to non-fiction books to short story collections. Read work from your favorite writers, best-selling authors, and writers whose work you are unfamiliar with. If you want to be a good writer, you need to consume good writing. Build an online presence. Part of being a successful writer is making yourself having a robust online presence can be an essential part of self-marketing. Make sure your website is up to date and filled with the sample of your best work. Appear on podcasts to expand your reach and potential audience. If you are a blogger, try to post as often as possible, especially if you are trying to get your first book off the ground. Oftentimes, a writer's online presence can be thing that attracts traditional publishers and the publishing houses that are looking for new voices. That's all from my side. I thank you. Hello?
Yeah, thank you for the beautiful presentation. And really love that you came all the way from Nigeria. Sorry for keeping you waited. Really sorry. Nina is trying her best to make things possible. Well, just for your news, we have 2-3 questions. I'm not taking it, but we have 2 partners who are dealing with book publishing. Maybe we can connect you with them, and that would probably help you and your ecosystem in near future. Over to Nina.
Yeah, I just
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to say how important your talk was. Actually, I'm a best-selling author myself, and when you become a author, people respect you a lot more. It opens a lot more opportunity for you, and you know, it was a really something that I actually really got and really respected. So thank you so much for your talk today. We're going to move on to the next person.
You are welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you again. The next person's been waiting patiently from Nigeria, Godswill. Oh, sorry, South Africa. I've got it wrong. Apologies. Please take it away, Godswill. And I just want to remind everyone, we would love to give you more than 15 minutes because it doesn't seem like a long time when you're talking. But unfortunately, you know, that we've got a lot of speakers from all around the world, and we've been here as well for a long time moderating the room. So with that respect, please take it away, Godswill. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending where you are. The World Leaders Summit, thank you so much for this opportunity. Given the time given, according to the time given, I hope I wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. I really have somewhere to go and I see everyone. It's more people have to speak. So I don't have a slide to show. My slide is very long, so I'm not gonna put it up. But I'm going to talk from my experience because it is something I've dealt with for multiple times, and I have extensive experience in this field. So my talk today is how to fundraise for a startup in Africa. Before I start, I just want to say 2 quotes. First quote is by, I believe it's Aaron. I don't get his last name right. Aaron Terry's from YC. 2017-2018, he said something. He said, startups are very hard. The hardest thing about a startup is to make something people want. And the second hardest thing about a startup is to raise funding to get that done. So with that said, you can imagine in the US market, the most liquid, financially liquid market in the world, and people are saying that fundraising is hard. Imagine how harder it is in Africa with a very capital-starved market. So with that said, the second thing is what have I seen in my experience? Yes, fundraising is hard. It's very hard, but fundraising is like every other thing. What you put in is what you get out, right? And it's something that people have succeeded at and everyone can succeed at. But without further ado, I'm going to touch a few points, sorry. Number one is what is fundraising? The different types of fundraising available. It's not different whether you're in Africa or around the globe, but it's very peculiar to Africa. And I'm going to touch on that with what the different types of funding available. Understand what you're building for, and number 4 will be the consistency, faith, and discipline in the process. So fundraising is basically convincing investors to put money in your startup or to put money in your project for a hope of a future profit or future benefit. Right, and there's different ways of doing that. So you can go to a bank, you can go to your family, you can go to anyone else that can put money into that. But in Africa, before I go to the different types of fundraising, it helps to understand the ecosystem that you are playing in, because we're very different from the global ecosystem. We're very different from other continental ecosystem, and Africa itself is also very broad. So I'm based in South Africa. South Africa is a very, very developed financial sector. Thus, we're very, very okay, not very, very open, but we have to, relatively compared to other African countries, we have more relaxed and more liquid financial markets, more liquid financial systems, more liquid source of funding in the country, given also we're connected to a global world. But in other parts of Africa, it's not the case. Excuse me. So bottom line, within Africa, there's also different systems of funding available for startup, for funders raising funds for the startups. It will help for someone to understand the ecosystem. We start with number one, the different types of fundraising that is out there. So when people say fundraising, we have to define it. I've already said fundraising is when you raise money. Sorry, when the investor puts money in your product for future advantage. But there's different types of debt. There is debt fundraising. So debt fundraising is when you go to a bank or you go to other investors and you loan money from them, with the hope of paying back in the future, and with a higher interest depending on what interest you agree on when loaning the money from them. Then second is equity, which is I work with Over Capital, a private equity investment firm based in London, which is what we engage in, and which is where my talk will be mainly based in. Equity fundraising is when investors come, they put money in your company, you put money in your project, they put money in your startup, pre-seed, seed, Series B, Series A, and they take a percentage of their projects, they take a percentage of your startup, take a percentage of your company. And then there is grants. So in South Africa, your grants are very popular. Grants are when an organization or a government or institution gives you money for you to just use that money and grow your business, depending on, for various reasons, whether it is to support your business because it's very environmentally friendly, whether it is just to support you because you're a youth or you're a Black person or you're a person of color. So there's different types of grants for different type of projects across the world, but they also exist in Africa. And then the fourth one is, although not popular, is bootstrapping. So bootstrapping is why you are building your startup. You offer a service, and in return, use that money that you're getting from the service to grow your startup. If all of the African-focused tech newspapers, How We Made It in Africa, Tefon Mafali's, TechCrunch, etc., all of them bootstrap, and they bootstrap for many years, for like 5 to 7 years before they became profitable. And why bootstrapping? They were not even fundraising. They only started fundraising after it became profitable, because they had to prove that there is a market in Africa for technologically based news. So debt financing is not really popular, and I don't have much knowledge in it. I don't debt in it. I only deal with debt financing when it comes to project financing, but that's not what I'm talking about today. Thus, to go further into the talk, what I'm talking about is equity financing and how to fundraise based on equity. So in equity, there's different types of investors in the game. There is a venture capital.
Somehow there is a network glitch.
You there, Godswill? We'll just give him a couple of seconds. I'm sure he'll come back.
Yeah, we're facing a lot of load shedding down here, so it could be that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, might be. Good to see you. That's one of our awardee from last year, and she's a speaker now.
Thank you.
Interesting part is, Nina, you know, one of the former MP of South Africa is our friend. So probably once he is back, we can connect him with her if he is looking for some kind of support.
I think what we're going to have to do is maybe allow him to come back and finish his conversation. But we'll go on to Tiago. I know, Tiago, you're waiting patiently. Hope if you have slides, they're ready to go. Hi, Tiago.
Yes, hi. I can check. It's okay. If you prefer.
Fantastic. I think if you want to go ahead, if we do get
yeah, of course. Just let me know.
God's will back, we'll just give him a couple of minutes to finish off his talk. But the platform is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody see the slides? Okay.
Everything's clear. See your slides.
So I'm going to talk about social media and SDGs. I hope I can cover 15 minutes. Please control me if I talk too much.
We'll give you a 5-minute wave when you've got 5 minutes left.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. So this is just like a short resume. I'm actually working more like with personal development now and kind of switching a little bit my perspective. I am part of a group that's focused on Mozambique in the University of Gothenburg. I am finishing a master, hopefully next year, because I'm doing the thesis. I have another master in Sweden. I am originally from Brazil. I have Italian passport and live in Sweden. And I live also in Hungary, so it's a bit like everywhere. So yeah, I'm going to talk about my topic. So basically, a lot of the things that I'm going to talk is things that I did in the practice. So I started to work a lot through social media in 2020. At the moment, I'm kind of switching, as I told my perspective, but I even try to do like article to put it more academic, what I did. And I also try to do these slides more focused on things that also could be looked in a more academic perspective. So the first thing is about the third sector, which I think is one of the topics that could have a lot of people that are not aware. The thing about third sector is that you have 3 characteristics, which is value-driven, the non-profit, and non-governmental. So basically, they are everything that's outside of the government umbrella, right? And the thing is that they need to have a goal. They need to be non-profit, so definitely NGOs could be put there. And also the fact that they work independently from the government, but also aiding in some perspective. So, I mean, when it comes especially with the SDGs, right, which is one of the topics, that's the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, which is actually 17. You can work with like gender equality, you can work with the climate change, and so on. Okay, so the examples of the third sector, you actually have 3 aims that you need to work. You have the advocacy, the campaigns, and the research. So advocacy, when you wanted to change a specific topic, right? When it comes to climate change, you want to change a policy that's, something that's connected with like pollution, for example. Campaigns is that something that you raise awareness. So for example, gender equality, and handling the research could be also something, especially nowadays is very common, right? I think it's one of the main topics about climate change and doing research focused on sustainability, and also having, for example, independent institutions that handle research, they could also be driven in the third sector when they have, for example, funding from other institutions, but they don't really do directly focus on the aim to get the money. Okay, so just to mention about the third sector, which would be an umbrella that you have, for example, the NGOs. Now I'm going to talk a bit more about the experience that I get. So digital marketing, it can explain itself. Here, I just mentioned a little bit about the evolution of how this changed, right? I mean, if you think like in the 90s, we had a lot of email marketing, and the shift of how we see marketing nowadays it's crazy, especially due to the pandemic, that everybody is shifting their work into the social media, and it's kind of a need. I mean, it's a must nowadays, right? So that you can have a lot of business. Even in some specific countries, you couldn't really do things in person. So that's why, especially nowadays, a lot of people are focusing that much in, especially Instagram, Facebook, which I see is the main social medias that people focus. So this is more like overall about the topic. Here, I am going to give a perspective of how things changed. So especially in the millennials generation, you have 4 aspects that changed. You have a society that became very urge for immediatism. And then you have two things that are important, the testimonial and the sociability, and of course the cause. So immediatism is the fact that whenever you try to impact somebody something, you really need to make them aware about that. So for example, Instagram, which, I mean, nowadays in social media, we are bombarded with information everywhere, right? So you need also to be very precise about where exactly, especially with the SDGs that you want to aim, which SDG you wanted to focus more. I mean, sometimes you can have more than one, but what's the main aim? Because you really need to have a focus. This is actually something that I noticed with a lot of NGOs. Sometimes they want to cover everything because they have this goodwill, but we really need to be precise of exactly where you want to go. Like, is it gender equality? Is it climate change? Is it justice and strong institutions? You have also the SDG 16. So you need to focus on the immediatism because everybody's bombarded with a lot of information, you need to be precise. Testimonial is somebody that you feel is important on the field. So for example, somebody from the United Nations, for example, that you think that it's aware about that, or some important person that's focused on that specific agenda that you want to cover. So you start to follow them, you start also to like share things in common to what this person have. The sociability aspect is more the people that you have connection with, right? I mean, we all here in some way doing this sociability at the moment because we are all connecting through this idea managed by Arijit. And then you have the cause, which is definitely, I mean, it's very important when it comes to like, what actually do you want it to change? Do you want it to look for the climate change? Do you want to work with that? And you really need to focus on that, on the passion that you have, right? Because nowadays we really need people that they make their visualization in the social media like impactful, not just be more another person on the field. Okay, I'm gonna talk also, sorry, it's a lot of topics. So I'm gonna talk a lot about the fundraising aspect that I did. That was actually the main thing that I started to do, because I started to work with some organizations, everything online in Southeast Asia, and also in West and East Africa, that I started to get contact with some organizations, and I was doing volunteering the time that I was doing that. And I start to support them doing like online campaigns on websites such as Our Funding, Giving, GoFundMe, and others. And the main thing about fundraising is that, of course, you need to have the prospect, which identify people that really can be your donors, the way to cultivate it, which is about speaking, asking, which you really needed to know exactly when you feel able to ask them about like how much they can support you on your organization. And the stewardship, which is very important. Unfortunately, a lot of people forget about that, which is the act that you keep that person that donates to you as a sort of like partner for your organization, right? So that in the future you can connect with other people, or maybe even this person can donate to your organization again. I think stewardship is something very important, but sometimes people, they get the donation and they think that that's it, but the cultivation is the most important. I mean, the sociability, which is, I think, is the main thing of my presentation, the most important with all the things that we can get. So yes, in the fundraising, of course, you have a lot of ways to do online. I mean, you have online fundraising, you also have crowdfunding, board fundraising campaigns. You also have fundraising letter events. You also have this more professional perspective, which here in Europe, it's also common. Some big organizations that you have like professional fundraisers that they have a specific certificate, right? And then they ask for organizations, they do the grant writing, that's the name. Yes, the grant writing, which they specify to a specific organization. And that's also why I always told, I told even in the beginning, and I emphasize that even if you cover, for example, women empowerment and climate change, you really need to be precise of which one is kind of your biggest one. Because when it comes to apply for organization, imagine, for example, United Nations or these big organizations, and you really want to get their attention. You really need to have something set in some way with like your local government, and you really needed to know exactly what's your main purpose with all of that, right? Because this organization, they could be very like, okay, but another guy in another organization, they have passion, but I cannot see what he or she have done. So when it comes, especially with the grant writing, I always tell people that, you know, you need to start with the basics, of course, but you really need to be precise and struggle what is the purpose of the organization, which sustainable development goals you are covering, what's the main focus, and then you have like subsequent focus from that. Is it the women empowerment? Is it the climate change? Is it, for example, I know a lot of people that work also with water, right? Like climate change, not climate change, but for example, clean of the water in some regions, etc. You need to be very, very, very focused on that, because that can take you like your grants in better account than others when it comes to that. Yeah, here's just overall perspective, because this presentation actually I always use, but it was more focused on a presentation that I did for education. And I think it's also, I always use it after that, because I think it's very important that we needed to empower people to also look more a practical perspective, right? Where, since I also studied a lot in universities, and I see this experience with local organizations, which it's all my passion. I think local organizations, they really do so much. And I mean, it's just amazing for me that I got contacted with a lot of local organizations from a lot of countries that even I don't have connection. I mean, as I mentioned, I'm originally from Brazil. And I think that that's very important, that we also look this perspective for people to look the practice, right? Not just like theories, etc. And also build this sort of like resilience in students, right? So that people put their hands and their feet on the ground, right? And experience these things, so that they also become more strong on their research. And I think that's actually one of the the biggest need that I try to put here, so that people not only stay on the theory, but also bring this perspective, and also that universities try to focus more on this field work. That's something that I see some universities doing, but I think it needs to be like one of the biggest things, that we really need to have this understanding of different cultures, etc., and the needs of some specific regions, because each region have their own goal when it comes to the SDGs. Yeah, this is a little bit of the reference that I use it for it. I get some of them online. And yes, thank you. I didn't really spoke that much about the Sustainable Development Goals, because they can, I mean, if you can check online, and they explain by themselves directly, like each one, it's 17 in total. But I just wanted to speak more about my experience, and also overall, like how do I felt with these NGOs. And as I mentioned, I also switching a little bit my perspective to more looking for personal development and multiculturalism. Also, in some way, this is kind of like one of the last presentations that I did on that, even though it's a field that I feel in my heart, and it really gave me the perspective of everything that I did so far. So it was a very precious time of my life that I did that. And I appreciate the time, and thank you so much, guys. I hope I covered the 50 minutes.
You did amazing. You just did amazing, to be very honest.
Thank you so much.
Frankly speaking, we have a couple of questions from our social media chats. That's how things happen in World Leaders Summit. Just to give a small.
Yeah, of course.
Diego, if you can kindly turn off your presentation screen.
Yeah, of course. Let me just stop. Yeah, it's okay.
And I want to take a snap of yours. If you can just look at the camera. Yes. 1, 2, 3, go. Yes, we got you. Okay, you forgot to mention about your country. So you are from a beautiful country where three of my friends lives actually. So if you can just share to the world from where you are coming from.
I am originally from Brazil. I have Italian passport, and I live in Sweden. And I live also in Hungary. So, so yeah, it's just to explain also, because some people sometimes they look my social media, they're like, are you in Asia or Africa? I was like, no, I'm actually in Europe doing everything online. I was like, oh, but I'm also Brazilian, you know, it's everywhere. But yeah, Brazil, I'm Brazilian originally.
Yeah, so like we are all a global person at the moment. And in fact,
exactly.
For Brazil, I have got 2 friends of mine who are actually watching, and they have been writing that they're really impressed about your speech.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tiago, and thank you for waiting for us patiently. For every other speakers, let me give a small apology. We tried our best to make your timing as much as possible. We actually started on time today. There are a lot of issues of power and network from Africa. So people couldn't join today on time, and we respected their time. We tried to fit in them in their respective timing. So hence a little bit of shifting here and there happened. We are really sorry for that. None of their fault, none of our fault, but somehow, sometimes technology plays a funny role in our life. But yes, we are all good and we are all excited. Thank you, Thiago. Please stay with us. And we are all excited for our today's panel. We have an exciting panel led by our Ambassador Ragne Sinikas from Canada. And Ragne is a powerhouse. What she does, she is a social entrepreneur, a philanthropist, an advanced online marketer, and founder of World Women Empowerment, World Women Conference and Awards. It is they have a mission to reposition women for high performance, improve leadership, and strong participation in the economic and social development of the society. Over to you, Ragne. The stage is yours with all the ladies.
Good morning from Mexico. Thank you very much for having us. It is a true pleasure and honor to be in front of you today with this educational panel. I'm really honored to present you 5 powerhouses from all around the world. We have Shirley Butterman from Israel with us today. We have Dr. Amber Ann Lyons from Atlanta. It happens to be also her birthday weekend, so happy birthday, Amber. Thank you for spending the time with us today. Then we have Dr. Angelica Benavides with us. Then we have Dr. Nichiki Goko from South Africa, and we have the incredible Regeline Gigi Sabat with us. So what are we going to discuss today? We're going to really see how do we empower through education in different fields. So I will start with our beautiful Cheryl Butterman from Israel. She is the co-founder of the Nourishment Vitality, an online health and wellness education platform specializing in stress, anxiety, and holistic weight management. She's also internationally trained and certified mind-body nutrition and wellness practitioner. She is also the expert in stress relief management, conscious relationships, and nutritional psychology. Cheryl and her family are survivors of the 2004 Asian tsunami, which drove her headfirst into the world of stress and wellness. She's also an author and internationally acclaimed speaker with over 20 years in the wellness vertical. She is the World Women Conference and the World Chapter Leader, and Cheryl has spoken in front of women-owned businesses and conferences at local and international level. She's taken these skills and experiences to create an educational platform making a difference and social impact on the lives of many. So Cheryl, share with us, considering your expertise, how do you empower through education and how this has been really changing throughout the time? You are on mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much, firstly, and a huge hello to all of the attendees of the World Leaders Summit and our fellow panelists. I am extremely honored to be here and to be a part of this educational panel for the upcoming session. I would like to say thank you to the World Leaders Summit for providing us all the opportunity for conversation and discussion. And thank you, Ragne, for moderating and leading us through such important topics which do affect us all. Now, as I only have a short time, I will be touching on the important theme of healthcare and stress education as a must for leaders. And we'll also briefly touch on stress and wellness protocols and why it is so important for leaders across the board to understand how, at the end of the day, empowerment through education is constantly and continually changing. Now, today's unprecedented times have brought up so many real emotions, dealing with the stress, with the chaos, with the uncertainty, and the tremendous amounts of stress that this has caused in both personal and professional lives. And the question to ask is, now what? How can we effectively educate and give the correct tools and strategies to the people in our communities, in our ecosystems, who need to deal with this lack of resources? Now, this effect has resulted in the increased inability to provide regular healthcare services to the general public, including both physical and mental health issues. And we have clearly seen in the recent past the complete overwhelm and the complete strain on both the public and private healthcare sectors. Therefore, it must be a wake-up call to implement additional channels and strategies by the concerned third parties and stakeholders to address these shortfalls in the public health services. So, education and preventative healthcare techniques must be paramount in a new model of healthcare education. Now, the WHO, or the World Health Organization, actually stated in 1948 that health is a state of complete mental, social, and physical well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Now, this was in 1948. So how far have we strayed from this noble mission? It is time for change, and change must start here. So let me make a very firm statement. This vehicle called your body is what you've got to carry you through your lifetime. So let me ask you, how are you managing your vehicle? How are you prioritizing your self-care? Making time for physical exercise, time for rest, intimacy, relationships, hobbies, and more. The list can go on. These are all areas that most of us at some point say, you know, we need to make time to do more of this, make time for more of that. Yet so often we do not. Let me ask you all, how are you managing your health expectations? How are you setting your self-care and wellness goals, both physically and mentally, for yourselves, for your communities, and for your ecosystems? Is it an all or nothing attitude, a priority, or has it fallen on the back burner, perhaps even due to a lack of resources and opportunities to implement health education protocols? Now, as a heads up, when I deal with platforms or clients from all over the world, it is the lack of resources and educational channels, which is one of the primary reasons for the barrier to health education. Isn't that a pity? At Nourishment Vitality, we believe passionately that health and wellness is a concept that should be as important to our education processes as our ability to count. The ability to recognize our wellness requirements, to find the correct tools and strategies that we need to fulfill those requirements, and differentiate between healthy lifestyle choices and unhealthy habits is not an option, not for a healthy, sustainable future, and especially for our youth. Isn't it so unfortunate that so often educational systems land up skipping or not prioritizing some of the most important fundamental building blocks to sustainable health and education? Ladies and gentlemen, here is what we need to understand in a nutshell. Our mental and physical health are never separate, and one will always affect the other. You cannot reach your maximum potential if you are not healthy both in your body and in your mind. It is your healthy self that is going to be the drivers of your success. And if you are not taking care of this, you may be leaving out a vitally important piece of the puzzle. As an internationally trained mind, body, and wellness and stress practitioner and the co-founder of Nourishment Vitality, an online health and wellness education platform, we have had the opportunity to work with many people from all over the world, which has helped us to universally and collectively understand what we all go through in our life struggles, which may include the stress of poor health, financial concerns, career, relationships, both personal and professional, with our kids, family, and so the list can go on. And the common denominator that I always find that it comes down to is variations of one word: stress. Now, our bodies respond to the way that we think, feel, and act, which is why it is so important for us to both understand and to educate ourselves about our own individual stressors and how stress works in the body, as this is what will empower us to get ahead of that stress before the stress gets ahead of us. It is unfortunately safe to say that health issues are on the rise, and we are experiencing this epidemic of stress-related health concerns, both mentally and physically. A growing number of consumers, international corporations, organizations, education systems, NGOs, and many more are embracing wellness principles as a dominant lifestyle choice and value. Society's growing interest in this important connection signals a collective awakening. So it is now that it is certainly the time to take note that if we do not take care of our wellness needs, we are in essence leaving money on the table. It is time for a smarter approach. And this is where we come in. At Nourishment Vitality, we bridge that gap between prevention and stress-induced conditions. We empower through education, and we believe that education at fundamental levels must be a part of the foundations of sustainable success. We've got to give the correct tools and strategies into the hands of society to create change for our future generations. And we are living in a time where it has never been easier to educate online, and therefore we must take advantage of this opportunity. At Nourishment Vitality, we educate teens through to adults, entrepreneurs, CEOs, and leaders like yourselves who are looking to upgrade your self-care protocols and eliminate that stress, fatigue, burnout, and deal with unhealthy habits and behaviors so that you can perform at your peak and optimize your full potential. We achieve our goals through our wide range of innovative online results-focused wellness programs that are easy to implement and step-by-step are verified by the best of mind science, correct nutrition, and psychology practices. At Nourishment Vitality, we are very passionate about collaborating and partnering with all of the interested partners and parties so that we can make a real difference in the health and wellness of society. So please do reach out if you would like to take this conversation further, and let's make a difference. You can find us all over social media or at our website at www.nourishmentvitality.com, or just search for Nourishment Vitality. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and Ragne, back to you.
Thank you, Cheryl, for sharing truly important. And I think that with better awareness, we can always make better choices. And with better choices, we know that we can get better results. So I hope that you were making notes. Now, I would love to introduce you our next panelist. Dr. Amber Ann Lyons is the CEO and the founder of From Pain to Purpose, Inc. She has become known for her authentic, loving spirit, queen of smooches, vibrant personality, and her fierce passion as a transformational speaker, domestic violence, teen dating violence advocate, youth and mental health advocate, author, or ordained elder, intercessory prayer leader, podcast host, producer, and global youth leader. Her life's work and purpose has helped people transition from a place of pain and to live in their purpose through embracing healthy relationship skills. Amber is also an author of various books, and I'm really, really honored to introduce her today. So Amber, take the microphone. Amber, did we lose you? Here you are.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever it is that you're tuning in from in the world. Thank you so much, Ragne, for this opportunity to be able to be a part of such an amazing platform. Thank you to our host and the visionary of the World Leaders Summit, December Mega Summit. Thank you for having me here to be able to be a speaker and share on today. So First Chronicles, and I want to salute all of our World Women's Conference and Awards leaders that are here today presenting as well. Phenomenal job, Cheryl, as always. And I know our other WWCA sisters will do the same. So First Chronicles, the 12th chapter and the 32nd verse in the New Living Translation says, from the time of Issachar, there were 200 leaders of the tribe with them, with their relatives. All these men understood the signs of the times and knew how to, and knew the course that Israel should take. So in able to understand how to transition through our educational system, our community, our global world, in educating our community from a traditional standpoint to today's time, there's several things that we have to do. My topic today is cultivating leadership success for the 21st century youth and young adults. And I am so honored to be able to, as Regne has said, the founder from Pain to Purpose Incorporated, I have worked with youth for over 30 years in various areas of leadership capacities. And it has been an honor to be able to embrace them in our Healing Pain Through the Arts youth program, which is very vibrant. And we create so many platforms and for leadership success for our young people. One of the first things that we have to be able to understand is that it's their time. We have to be able to not be afraid as world leaders to understand that the times that we're living in today are not the times that we possibly grew up in. So what we want to be able to convey is that we say to children, yes, stay in your place, be a child, be seen and not heard, things of that nature. And we do have to raise them and raise them up. However, we do need to be able to understand that we as older generational people cannot be afraid to be able to embrace our young people with their intuitive, creative ideas. We have so many young people today, not back in the day, that are youthpreneurs, entrepreneurs. They are creative and they want to be able to shine. They want to be able to show the world their gifts, their talents, and their skills that they have. But it is a fear that breaks down the generational barrier. What we want to do is break down that barrier and be able to rebuild it on a solid foundation so that the village can understand that the older generation and the younger generation, we need one another. So how do we do that? We need to be able to embrace them. We need new strategic ways of being able to let them know that we have prepared leadership success for them, that we are able to let them know it's not about their age. If we do not do this, we are failing them. So first, what we need to do is cultivate our youth and young adults by letting them know that we understand who they are, that we are being able to give them a space to be able to use their gifts and talents, and that we value what they bring to the table. So in order to do that, what we need to be able to continue to do is know that the Gen X, 1965 to 1981, and the baby boomers, which is my generation, they don't operate like millennials and Gen Zs. They don't think like us, they don't move like us. So how are we going to be able to bring them into today? How are we going to move into today's time so that we know that we value them and they know that we're not archaic, we're not out of touch, and we're not, someone that they don't have to traditional. We don't want to move because they don't want to be traditional. They want to have their own way of moving forward. They want to have their own way of being able to say, listen, this is how we operate. This is how we move. This is how we want to create. So in order to do that, you have to be able to say, listen, the younger generation, We're giving them a space, we're allowing them to move forward, and we're giving them the opportunity to say, COVID-19 hit, it shut the world down. Many educators, teachers, and parents had to go into digital learning. And guess what? A lot of them didn't know how to use technology. We can't be afraid of technology. We have to be, so the younger generation was teaching the older generation how to navigate in that space. We have to be able to allow their gifts and talents to shine. We have to show them that we value them, that we want to be able to use their gifts and talents to be able to continue to make a successful world for them. Cultivating is when it's a combination of two things. It is the removing of the weeds from the garden and loosening the soil to improve the retention and the penetration of air, water, and nutrients. We have to be able to do the same. We have to be able to cultivate. We have to be able to remove the old that's not necessary for today anymore, the old way of thinking, the old way of the way we did things. Yes, tradition is important, but we have to be able to not stay stuck in tradition that we can't move in today's technology. And then we're turning over the soil and being able to say, listen, I might not be able to cultivate them in this area. Don't be afraid to allow someone else to come in and help. Coaches and trainers and tutors and even therapists sometimes, because their mental health is impacted so greatly. We work with youth and young adults through our Cope to Hope Youth and Young Adults Mental Health Program. It is amazing today because they need to be able to know someone is concerned about their mental health. So moving on, we want to be able to know that there's 4 C's for cultivating. One is communication. We have to be able to check in with them and make sure we're speaking to them, give them opportunity to speak, engage, allow them to speak, listen to them. We have to be able to allow them to know that we're going to act on what it is we hear, that it's not just going to fall on deaf ears, and show them we care. 2, critical thinking and problem solving. Our young people, they are good with critical thinking because a lot of them are students. They study the craft, they study the things that they're doing as an artist and things like that. They get into the knowledge, but they're not really good with problem solving. They'll walk away, they'll throw it away, they'll cut you off. So what we have to do is be able to combine those two, use their strength in critical thinking and lead them in problem solving. How would you work with this? Share some of your today relatable issues that you're dealing with so that they can understand, oh, you know what, they do understand what I'm talking about. They're not archaic, they're not out of touch. So we have to be able to do that. We also need to be able to share, like I said, some of our resolutions. Give them the opportunity to say, how would you handle this? And then we want to be able to have creativity and innovation. Like our other speaker said, if you're not working in social media and technology today, you're going to be left behind because that's the way of the world. They're moving in technology. Everything is about social media, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We want to steer them away from the things that damage their psyche, their mental health on social media. So in order to be able to do that, you can't be afraid to use it. You have to be able to engage in that space. And lastly, we have to be able to have collaboration. Our young people are good with bartering, working together. You help me, you videotape, I do this. We have to be able to create collaborative opportunities for our youth and young adults in order to create and cultivate that space for them to have leadership success as a 21st century youth and young adult. So please know that the 4 C's are something that we all need to embrace. We have to cultivate, and most of all, we have to be like the sons of Issachar and understand the signs of the times in which we live in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. And Amber always has the power that she brings on the table, so it's amazing. So thank you, all the services, honestly, that you are bringing on the table on Worldwide. So I'm very proud to have you with us today. And happy birthday. So we're moving on with our next panelist. She's from South Africa. Her name is Dr. Nchiki Nkoko. And she's the founder of the Power to Lead with Integrity. Foundation and Global Epic Leader Forum. She's passionate about supporting organizations to coach and mentor their leaders to lead with power and integrity by executing the transformational leadership training and development program to advance the performance with excellence. She's also the management consultant, entrepreneur, global public speaker, author, moderator, change catalyst, leadership and legacy coach, and masterclass facilitator. She's also the G100 Business Network South African chapter chair and our World Women Conference and Awards training leader for Africa. So Dr. Michiki Gogo, how do you empower through education and how has it changed throughout the time?
Thank you so much, Ragni Sonikas, for that introduction. And thank you to our host with this wonderful and great, exactly on my topic, it's an exponential leadership conference that is, encompassing the whole globe. So thank you, Ragni, and to my colleagues for, bringing us to this point. My topic is exponential leadership with integrity. This topic sounds light, it's soft skills, but I picked on the soft skills because they become hard if they are not attended to. It's just like the nail on the door. If a big door doesn't have the nails that is hanging them properly, the door will fall. The hinges are small. So we have to start with what we think it is small, yet it builds up the person. How I impact, I start with the heart, because the heart is small, we don't even see it. It's within you and it holds the body that we see. When the heart stops beating, the body stops functioning and you are called dead. Therefore, the leadership with integrity is that very same thing that you do behind scenes with no one watching. Really the right rights, we all have the rights, but they are very wrong rights. Now let us go back to the board. And we call it here in South Africa, there's been a program that has been called going back to the basics, because the bigger things and the giants have not done good. And we have seen leadership that has led people to cry, to mourn. There is a very good word from the good book that says, when the wicked rule, people mourn. But when the good people, righteous, that it means people who lead with justice, people rejoice. So we are on the world to all rejoice. In whatever you do, you need to rejoice. Please, Ragni, guard my time. Just give me a sign. And in this, I've put it to you that I put it in a small box as transformational leadership aid. A as accountability, I integrity, D deliverables. We are all responsible. So responsibility comes under that accountability. In personal development that I coach in and transformational development, we need to move from transactions to transformation. Even big giants, we are talking, people are going to training and there is no change. So where do we see exponential change with integrity? When people are accountable and responsible and execute with integrity, meaning the right way, with transformational steps that were strategized and given unto them with the deliverables that I expected from the organization. So this starts with us from within. It starts with you. Key accountabilities are the essential things someone must do, to excel and leading self personally and professionally. You can be led or you are a leader. We know leaders inspire people, but managers in the workplace, they then monitor people. We don't want to monitor people, but we want to inspire them so that they can follow us. They can only do that when they see exponential results from what we are doing. Now, in accountability, in inclusion and diversity in leadership roles, how do we perform in these positions and assignments? We have to follow the strategy of the organization and the vision, and make sure all of us, when we are called to the table, you are accountable. When I turned 21, I was called by my family and leaders, and they did a big celebration for me. I was given a special key, 21st birthday key. It meant that now I was invited. They said to me, we are inviting you now to the table of the family, where you can also take part when we discuss about the family issues. Now you are also accountable as a woman. You are now given the authority and responsibility to look after yourself and after the name of this family, meaning I have to carry the legacy of the family. So we also have to carry the legacy of our organizations and also the communities where we live. We live as a society. So in societies, our communities must be known as the areas that operate with integrity. There are areas in our where I grew up that are well known of educational people, that graduates come out of that area, that doctors come out of that area, that people, you know, who lead in government come out of that area. So it comes with great responsibility. You have to act on the call. When you lead people, they have put us in the front so that we can be the example. I host a show now, Power to Lead. It's also under Power to Lead with Integrity. I bring in the legacy coaching there so that we know we live the legacy today. What do we want our next generation to see from us as we live today? That is what is going to be passed on to the next generation. Let it not be the pains of the past, but move from the pains and the ills of the past with our accountability and pass on the right baton to them so that the education can be lifted to a higher level. So we cannot just have transactions when we do programs. They must be transformational. There must be results. We must see what we have done in the past year and not just tick the box and say it's a 16 days of activism and then we have not moved. Let us see the rates of ills going down. Let us see the rate of non-performance going down in our organization and seeing awards of our organizations being awarded of clean audit records at the end of the year. So this is, I put it to you, that deliverables of you as a person, it goes to the organization, it goes to your company, and it goes to the legacy of your country and the legacy of the globe. So the nations need leaders who can lead and show the direction. So how do we show the direction? We have to show the direction by walking the road and being these leaders. Let's establish clear goals and targets, focus on the future state, and ask for help when needed. So we are accountable. We then bring in the great deliverables of exponential leadership with integrity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nichiki. As always, you bring such elegancy to the table. Thank you for sharing. And I think it's really, really important also understand how the cultural background really impacts us in a way that we learn, and how do we really receive the information that is in front of us. So thank you very much for sharing with us. So our next panelist, she is from United States, from Texas. Dr. Maria Angelica Benavides is known as the ultimate legacy builder, and Dr. B is a well-known global publisher, visionary woman leader, networker, international speaker, and educator. She's a linguistic and hypnosis trainer and holds retreats around the world. She's a mover, a shaker, and a change maker. So, Angelica, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Regne. As always, I am honored being here. I want to thank the host for inviting us, the World Women with Regne. I mean, I'm so blessed in being part of this World Leader Summit. Anyways, as you mentioned, we're always learning, and one of the things that happens to everyone in this world is chaos. We all experience some type of chaos. But the secret is when we begin to educate, and one of the things I do is I educate and inspire women to take that dark moment, that mess in your life, and you turn it into a message where you can break through your challenges, break through what you consider chaos, and being able to polish your challenges and refining who you are. And the reason you want to do that is because you want to live and leave a mark on this world. I mean, hey, if we're going to struggle, why don't we just refine who we are, refine our challenges, and then teach others on telling them, you know what, I experienced bankruptcy, I experienced divorce, I experienced domestic violence, I experienced cancer. Whatever you are experiencing in the world, like, take it and then dive deep into self-discovery, you know, into that journey of your life and saying, okay, where am I? Why am I here? And then what's the road that I want to take to exit what we consider a failure, which I really think it's not failure. John Maxwell says, sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. So how are we learning and discovering how to become the best version of ourselves? And one of the ways that I do that is I help women and specifically women to become global dream makers and movers and shakers and change makers, so that they can really mark their territory in their expertise through healing, through writing and publishing. Because one thing that you can do is begin to brand yourself, and not only brand yourself, but you become unstoppable. You step into your shiro or your hero power, and at the same time, you're going to share a message to millions. One of the things that happened to me one time when I went to San Diego to this conference is I invited people to come and join me there. And one woman came up to me and said, you know what, I've been following you and you said something. She said, you said this word and it transformed my life. I was going to commit suicide. And because I listened to what you said, I decided not to. So just imagine now that you say one word that will impact somebody's life forever. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do, is to convince you not to give up, not to, when you do fall into pieces, for you to put yourself back together and find support, just like we do with Regne's group, just like we're doing right now, is coming together, supporting each other, sharing our message so that we can inspire and impact and transform lives. And not only that, through NLP leadership courses, which is the study of excellence, one of the things that we do is that we help people build confidence. We empower people and teams. We help them break through their own limiting beliefs and emotions that they might have. And then we understand people. You see, Stephen Covey says that before you understand any situation, you must understand the other person. Understand where they're coming from so that you can be understood. And once you do that, the magic happens. You know, you decide, I don't want to be here anymore, or you decide to polish that relationship and make it better. And not only that, but you become better, you gain a better understanding on the outlook of life, and you become more flexible. You see, the power is becoming flexible. Either you break or you're like a willow tree, you know, you bend and you fold and you move in all directions, but you don't break. you don't break, because that's the magic. That chaos will not break you, but it's going to make you stronger. And it's going to make you a leader where you can take that message or that mess, turn it into a message, and then create golden steps that other people can take so that they can continue living and they too can leave and live a legacy in this world. Again, I love you, Regne, and I love all the women in our team and all the people that are here. I love you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I honor everybody. And if you're watching, share and comment, because you are engaged in a beautiful organization right here with the World Leaders Summit. Thank you again, and blessings to all.
Beautiful, Angelica. Indeed, the empowerment is in so many cases in our words, no? And how do we transmit, and how can we really help with just saying out loud our story and our experience, and how that can change someone else's life. So whoever you're watching, I hope you're making notes. When you're making notes, also take massive actions, and take the massive actions today. Don't wait, because we never know how many days do we have. So the next panelist, the last but not the least, the powerhouse from Florida, United States. Her name is Regilyn Sabat. A lot of people know her as Gigi. She's the CEO and the founder of Life Service Center of America, motivational keynote speaker, award-winning author of The Walk With Me and God First books that have been endorsed by Les Brown. She's a co-author for several best-selling collaborations, and life coach and confidence coach. First generation Haitian American financial expert, a Florida chapter leader for World Women Conference and Awards, and the host of Walk With Me podcast on JRQ-TV, and domestic violence advocate, sexual assault advocate, breast cancer advocate, human trafficking advocate, and mental health advocate. So this is going to be good. Get ready and take notes. Gigi, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to say a special thank you to Ragni and Arjit. It's such an honor to be here with each and every one of you here today. We heard from amazing speakers from all over the world, and thank you all for being here with us today. Now, my topics are education and servant leadership. And here at Life Service Center of America, we are committed to serving others. And so Life Service Center of America has two different aspects. We have our coaching services, and we also have our business service navigator, which allows our members to locate the services that they need in a reasonable time. Now, almost 4 years ago, I almost lost my life in a domestic violence relationship. And after everything that occurred, God led me to launch Life Service Center of America. And so I stepped into God's purpose for my life and understanding God's purpose for my life. And so if you're listening to this message today and God has put his purpose for your life right in front of you, I encourage you to step into God's purpose for your life and not to give up. And so essentially, if it is launching a business, step into it. I believe in you. And so oftentimes folks say, well, I don't know where to start, or I don't know how to begin. Or what happens is they end up facing challenges along the way as business owners. If you're listening to this message today and you're a business owner and you're facing challenges while in business, don't give up. Keep up the good fight and continue to serve others, and remember why you started, and remember God's purpose for your life. And also, if you find yourself having a negative mindset, shift your mindset from a negative mindset to a positive mindset. How you show up is everything. You cannot serve others from an empty cup. So you must first make certain that your cup is filled. And so it's so important to spend time to fill your cup, so that way you can be prepared to serve others and serve from that full cup. I believe in you. Don't give up. If you have fallen down, get back up and keep up the good fight. Don't give up. And remember that if you face the challenge in your life, that you are not the challenges that you have faced in your life. You're not the circumstances that you face. And if you face some sort of trauma, yes, you can lead. You can lead. And I love what Simon Sinek says. It's not so much so about leading others, it's about serving others. And so again, at Life Service Center of America, we're all about serving others. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi, as always, very powerful. So Arjit, do we have questions? Do we have anything that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, we have a lot of questions, a lot of comments on social media. But before I move into social media, Dr. Amber, this is for you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Amber.
Wait, somebody get a picture of that.
I didn't know the date, so I couldn't actually put the date, but wish you a great, successful birthday, amazing life, good wishes from all the team members, all the people, all the ambassadors of World Leaders Summit to you.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'm celebrating my birthday with the world today. Yes. What better way? Thank you. Well, my birthday is tomorrow, but thank you so much, Arjit. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so we have got a couple of comments from social media. It's all about the amazing panel, and of course, the comments are coming from, I think, from everywhere from the globe. I just can't track it. One quick question which we have got, when you are talking about innovation and when you are talking about becoming empowered, how do, as an individual, how do someone can empower themselves without any kind of backup? It's a question probably came from some part of Asia. I just can't track that account. So it's Asian account that I can see.
Well, birthday girl, go first.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Without backup, how can you empower yourself? Maybe that's the question.
Okay, first of all, I would say, understand and know that you were born for a purpose. That right there is powerful because a lot of us are just existing. And if you understand that whatever you went through is the catalyst for you to be able to move forward, to be able to be an inspiration or blessing, or to, as Gigi said, to serve someone else, that in and of itself is empowerment. But simple things like get up every day and command your day and say, I am powerful. I was born for a purpose. I am going to do good today. I'm going to serve someone today. I'm going to love someone today. Begin to love yourself. Do the things you need to do to be the best you can be, and understand that tools will help you become more empowered. Invest in yourself. Do not be afraid to invest in yourself. That doesn't always mean money. There's so much free resources around today. You can come here to the World Leaders Summit, December Mega Summit until the 7th of December and get empowerment. So I'll leave it there, but believe in yourself, know that you have a purpose, speak into your day daily, affirm your own self, find something that gives you hope for tomorrow, and know that you can be empowered to do what you were called to do.
Beautiful, thank you very much. And I think that the innovation in the end of the day, we know that a lot of innovations, and especially when we talk about education at this point, we saw that once we are under such pressure like COVID was, we need to find new ways how to get to the source now. So I think that whether it's a personal level or whether it's a global level, those situations, those challenges that we are facing are the source of the greatest innovation as such now. And as Amber says, you need to just believe in yourself, and everything starts within, and that the rest is just following now. Do we have any other questions? Anyone else wants to add on to what Amber and Amber said?
Yes, I would like to add that sometimes you're talking about that you don't find the support. You might not find the support at home, but you can either find friends that will support you, or nowadays online, there are so many communities that it's amazing that you just put the topic that you're looking for and that you're struggling for in, and you will find a support group that will be there for you. So don't give up. Someone out there in the world is there waiting to support you and help you in anything that you might need.
Thank you so much again. Can I just quickly add something? I start with love as well. Love yourself. And as you love yourself, look at the mirror every day. There is no innovation. Look at the water. The water will show you the reflection. But look at yourself. Have your own boardroom in your mind between yourself, your spirit, your mind, your ideas, and your body. That's your board. It must always speak positiveness. You know, the mind, I was talking to my daughter yesterday, and we're saying the mind, though you know how to speak, it will say negative things, and it's not what you want, but they just come, and we're like, where are they popping out from? But then push yourself towards the positive. Even speak it like you are mad in the space. I am good. I believe in myself, though you see the state is painful and bad, but I believe in myself. I'm going to make it. The future is bright. I love myself, and I flow love and positive energy. Innovate with words when you have nothing to do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I also just may add to that, it's Siki, as you mentioned, showing up with some level of love, always leaning in with a conscious curiosity and with a compassion for where we are at can make a difference, leaning in with that love and showing up, because the moment we show up, we become responsible, as in able to respond to life and to life experiences as it presents to us. So taking that word empowerment, how do we empower ourselves if we have no backup? We choose. Once we make a choice to do something, we leave victimhood behind. We learn how to respond versus how to react. And anytime you say, I choose to do this, I choose to love myself, you become instantly more empowered in any situation, no matter where you are in life. And no matter what life has presented you with. So always lean in with that conscious curiosity and that compassion for where you are at.
One last thing that I'd love to add is it's not just about maintaining a positive mindset. It's about not just shifting your mindset from a negative to a positive mindset, but also maintaining what is called a resilient mindset, which is your ability to bounce back after a major challenge has occurred in your life, and maintaining the mindset and continuing to move forward no matter what. And don't let distractions or devices consume your mind, body, soul, and spirit and hinder you or keep you from doing what God has called you to do. Answer the call, step into purpose, and keep moving forward and continue to serve others no matter what. I believe in you.
Arjit? I think we're done.
Absolutely brilliant. So I'm not pulling up any kind of question. I think a couple of panel speakers are actually have some work to do. So I will request Ragni to formally close the panel, and we will go and move towards the next speakers. But yeah, one thing I can tell you before Ragni takes the mic. I know Ragni for, I think, over 2 years now. And Ragni, you are a powerhouse, truly speaking, and a great friend who can become backup at any given point of time. And believe me or not, this is live, and I'm talking to multiple number of universes at the moment, because I can see all ladies in the panel. I'm probably the only one who is a man. No, I guess two are there, although they are muted because of the lady power is there. So we men are keeping ourselves short. Jokes apart, to be very honest, this is a really a powerful panel. Talking from the experience, the question that we are getting, if you really want to build up your career, if you really want to grow, the only thing that you need to understand your heart, what you want to do. There are a lot of opportunities available in the world. You just can't pick and choose whatever is available. Feel what you want to do, because you are blasted with, I guess, 7 different questions in social media. What we do, we usually pick up those questions, and after the summit is over, we send it as a common mail to the speakers. They can answer and we can put it in our newsletter. For all of you who are asking questions that how you can become a member, how you can probably be a part of it. Well, we opened the speaker submission in the beginning of March and we end at September. We don't take any application after September. So that's the beginning, starting point and ending point of speakers application. So you can apply again next year if you want to speak in World Leaders Summit. Regarding communicating with the speakers, feel free to connect with them. They are the most beautiful powerhouse in the world. They'll be more than happy to help you in your business, in your career. So Ragini, over to you.
Thank you very much. And more than anything else, I want to thank you who you showed up today, because by showing up, you are investing in yourself. You're stepping into your power and you are empowering yourself with knowledge, with the right environment, because it's so important to choose the people that are around us, because they really build us up. And when the people around you are not doing it, it's time to change. It's time to cut those people out that are not uplifting, that are not empowering, and that truly do not believe in you. But everything starts by believing in yourself. So today, when you showed up, I hope that you also did take notes. When you did make the notes, please know that you need to take the action within the next 24 hours, because we all know that life happens and then the notes just stays there. Whatever good idea that you came up today, whether it's this panel or whether you heard someone else speaking before, don't just sit on that. The knowledge is the true power. The knowledge becomes your wealth. So take today, take this information that was so lovingly shared with you today and be the hero in your life by making and taking the action today. And more than anything else, share the information with others so you can become the hero in their lives. I want to thank you for joining us today. And truly, my success is based on those beautiful ladies that were sharing their knowledge with you today, because without them, there is no World Women Conference in the words, there is no World Women Empowerment. They are the World Women that give you the exact knowledge, where do you want to be, and also the tools from where you are today to get to where you want to be. So I want to thank you, each one of you. Again, Amber, happy birthday. And Arjit, thank you for really believing in us and giving the opportunity to be in front of you and all the beautiful people that are joining us today to hear and to listen in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks. So now I think we are waiting eagerly for another lady. If you can kindly turn on your microphone and your video, Mary Ben, if you're there, as well as Martha.
Thank you, Arjit. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Thank you.
Mary Ben is an ambassador for World Leaders Summit, and she has been very recently added into our ecosystem and trying to do a lot of active things from the land of Africa. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ajit. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here. And for the lady, the powerhouses, thank you very, very much. each and every time I'm a woman empowerment ambassador, and each and every time I see women breaking the barriers, it inspires me a lot. I always say there's so much more we can do as women. It's just that we don't even understand it. We don't realize it. The few who have realized it, we are raising above the ceiling. I always say the sky is not the limit. We are moving towards the galaxy. Kindly allow me to share my PowerPoint. I'll actually be talking about mental health among entrepreneurs. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, we can see it.
Thank you. So I'll be speaking about mental health and entrepreneurship. It's very close to my heart because I'm a mental health advocate. On top of that, I'm a recovery of mental health breakdown for 6 years and 5 suicide attempts. When Amber was speaking about mental health, I was so amazed by it. And being also an entrepreneur, I've failed a couple of times. I have lost 2 businesses. I have lost money. I always say I'm an entrepreneur by mistake because of what I went through. So why is mental health important among us as entrepreneurs? Because majority of us here are also entrepreneurs. Why is mental health so important? It's because, sorry about that. Let me take you back. Mental health is important because as entrepreneurs, our mental health is important because we're managing businesses and we're working with diverse minds. I always say entrepreneurs are not the smartest in the room because we have to get different people who understand different stuff. We have to get the guys in the tech industry, marketing department, human resource. We have to get operations manager. They're the ones who are handling all this. But if you're not mentally stable, it becomes a problem. A second reason is because we work with business that the work or the business should not be a source of pressure or stress, since it's just it's our passion, it's something we've chosen to do. But majority of us, including myself, it has been stressful. For me, it has been really stressful because I always work 24/7. When I say 24/7, I can sleep for 2 hours or 3 hours, and I have to put myself into work. Stress is inability to manage your own system, your body. It's important for us to take a time off. We exercise to channel our emotions, our energy to the right thing. That's like being with our family members or having a hobby, if it's hiking or working out. Working out has proven to be one of the best ways to handle our mental health. It's another reason is another importance is if not effectively and timely handled, stress affects our mental well-being. And shock on you, you see, we as entrepreneurs, if we don't handle stress, we end up having substance abuse. A lot of entrepreneurs have ended up misusing drugs, that is alcohol, weed, antidepressants, or the sleeping pills. So if we don't take care of our mental health, we are going to suffer more. It's not effectively, the last one is one of the major causes of stress for entrepreneurs is being in decisive way, where you don't know how to decide. I'm also a victim of this because most of the time if you're an entrepreneur, you start your business, you feel you can work with your friends and your friends mess you up. You don't know if you're ready to lose the friend or to lose your business. So most of the time you're being very indecisive on what choice to make. The next one is statistics on mental health. Now, entrepreneurs are 50% most likely to experience mental health conditions, which I only say is only 50%. That is according to the World Health Organization. But I will say we are 99% to experience mental health. In fact, even the 1% has experienced the mental health breakdown, but they're not aware of that. We are 2 times more likely to experience depression. Yes, depression is one of the killer causes when it comes to mental health. The other day, I just discovered on a yearly basis, 8 million people die because of mental health diseases, and depression being the first one, 6 times more likely to develop ADHD. 3 times more likely to have substance abuse problem. That's why 80% of entrepreneurs, they always drink alcohol. There are those who drink it to relieve their stress. There are those who take it for fun, but there are those who now take it to the extreme measures whereby they want to forget their problems. Probably they have a bank loan, they have family issues, they don't know how to handle that. 10 times more likely to suffer from bipolar disorder, 2 times more likely to experience suicide thoughts. I am a culprit of this. In as much as I had experienced a lot of, most of the time I had suicide thoughts, I actually tried dying by suicide 5 times. The last time was in 2019. And that is also when I decided to get counseling assistance. And by the time I was getting to 2021, I was fully recovered. 2 times more likely to end up in a psychiatrist hospital. Why? Because we entrepreneurs believe that we have everything figured out. We don't want to ask for help. We don't want to look vulnerable. We don't want the society to look at us like we are failures. So what do? We carry the entire world on our shoulders. We try to do several things at a time, at a go, and most of the times we fail. But when we fail, are we willing or are we able to say, yes, I have failed? Are we able to admit it? We don't want to admit it, and that's why we suffer with that. Now, what are the causes of mental health? Stress. One is stress and lack of understanding and resources for stress management. We are living in Africa. I'll speak about Africa. In Africa, when someone is suffering from schizophrenia, what do we say? We say it's an act of witchcraft. So we don't want to take them to the hospital. What we just want to assume is witchcraft, and at times we take them for prayers. And this has been a problem. And when we say someone is suffering from, when you tell someone that you're depressed, sorry to say this for the white, there's one common phrase we have in Africa, you will say it's a white man's problem. Depression is not a black man's problem. It's not for people with color. We try to say your problem is just money. When you get money, you're okay. But we forget that money does not solve everything. A third cause is predisposition to mental health challenges. This has been a challenge. I remember World Health Organization said by 2030, mental health illnesses will be carrying 15% of all illnesses. You can imagine at 50%, it's already alarming. But are we, our governments or our countries, are they able to stand this? Are they able to handle it? We've seen how much they're giving attention to other illnesses, and like mental health, we assume it. Identity and self-worth, becoming fused to your business. At times we don't separate. Most of the time, the newbies entrepreneurs, they don't know how to separate business from themselves. You get that Maribel is Greenfield and Greenfield is Maribel. I also began from there. And when something happens, both of you go down easily. Why? Because you don't have a life. You're the company, you're the business, you're the backbone of the entire thing. So it becomes a challenge, it becomes a problem. Our fourth is social isolation. Here is where we have the loners. And I came to realize I suffered from depression because I had all these characteristics or the causes of mental health. So social isolation. You are always on your books. You want to read. You want to come up with a new innovation or a fintech or a business. There's no single day you've ever had time to do what? You've never had time to socialize with people. You get home, if you have a family, you get home, the first thing you do, you change or have a shower, and then you go sit down on your desk and you start working. If it is not that, you stay till late in the office. You literally don't have a life exceeding your expectations. There's no problem with us setting our expectations so high, but if you don't exceed your expectation, you start becoming depressed. You start feeling like a failure. You feel like your life has no meaning. Why? Because you didn't hit that target. You are not so kind to yourself and just pat your back and say, you know what, I tried. And as much as I didn't exceed my expectation, this is where I was and this is where I am today. We don't appreciate ourselves as entrepreneurs. We don't appreciate ourselves even as human beings. Lastly is in the impression management. We always want to impress everyone around us. We want to impress our families. We want to impress our bosses. We want to impress our peers. We want to show them that we are well able, we are capable of doing this, but we are impressing them at the expense of our own health. We are impressing them at the expense of our own mental health. I like telling people that life is so simple and we are the ones who complicate it. And people ask me, what do I mean by life is so simple? I always say, you can put that expectation to yourself. And if you don't exceed it, it's okay. But most of the time, we want to please the outside world and forget to be kind to our own self. How to be effective? How are we going to be effective in our mental health state? How are we going to handle it? How are we going to take care of it? Is number one, stage one, getting paid for something you created. That is the psychological. Each and every time when you wake up in the morning and you create this business, you expect it to be effective. You expect it to go, you expect to be paid for it. But majority of us don't get paid. And the moment you don't get paid, you become depressed, you become stressed, and you feel like it's not something you can do. Stage two, business that supports itself. That is safety. When you build a business that is able to stand on its own, it's self-sustained, it becomes so easy. Whether you're there or not there, the business will be able to be sustainable. The business is sustainable. The problem is when we start building the business, we want to be known as you're the brand itself. And you don't bring other people to help you sustain the business or run the business itself. What happens when you die, sorry to say, the business will collapse. When you travel out of the nation, out of your country, the business will be stagnant. Why? Because you did not build any system to manage your business. You did not build any system to run the company itself. Stage three, great business relationship. That is love and belonging. Are you able to be in a group are you able to be in a community of entrepreneurs or a community that you belong to? That each and every time, once in a while, probably over the weekend, you guys gather together and start talking about it. Do you have that kind of a support system? No, majority of us don't have it. Do you love yourself? When I speak about loving yourself, I always say people think they love themselves, but no. If you can tell yourself that you're stupid, you're a failure, but you cannot address it to another person, that tells you you don't love yourself that much. If you know very well, you're supposed to have 6 hours of sleep, but you're giving yourself 2 hours of sleep. You don't love yourself that much. Look at how you treat yourself. If you say you love yourself, but look at how you treat someone else that you love. You'll always ensure they have everything they need. You'll always advise them to eat healthy, sleep healthy, work out and all that. But do you do that to yourself? Majority of us don't do that to ourselves, but yet we say we love ourselves. We don't. When you love yourself that much, you'll be able to give yourself the first priority. Excellence in business, that is your esteem. I tell people, when you want to do something, do it to the best of your potential. I always say there's a difference between having space in that not the ecosystem. I'm trying to look for the correct word. It's either you become a market leader or the market player or have a share in the market. I always believe in being the market leader. I don't believe having share in that market. So it means when I believe in being the market leader, it means I'll always do everything in excellence. I will believe in doing everything to the best of my knowledge, not producing counterfeit products, not selling substandardized products. No, I will be giving the best product, the best services. I mean, hospitality industry. I always believe in giving the best. And us doing all that, just last week, it saw us win our 10th award since 2021. Why? Because we believe in excellence. The last stage is purpose and legacy. That is self-actualization. What legacy do you want to leave behind? Do you want just to be known, Mary Ben who wins awards, or what kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? Do you want to leave behind a legacy that it's gonna feed generations to generation. And when I speak about this, I don't mean your own family. I mean transforming the society. I don't believe I was called for my own family. I always say I believe I exist as an entrepreneur because I need to transform my whole community. I need to give people a reason to believe in me. If you believe that you just want to transform your own life, it becomes a problem. And a good example is actually our Arjit. He doesn't believe in doing it for himself. We are here as world leaders. He has been able to convey this. Why? Because he believes in transforming other people. He believes in transforming other leaders, not only for himself. I believe he had the choice of just doing it for himself. But here we are. I've learned a lot of things from the powerhouse. You see? So what do you want to leave behind? What is your legacy? If your legacy is just for yourself, it's wrong. Our legacy should be for all of us. And with that, it gives you self-actualization. It gives you self-satisfaction and a purpose. Lastly, the tools you need to succeed. This is always the most interesting part for me. What do you need to succeed as an entrepreneur and have a steady mental health? Number one, you need 3 people in your life. This is a mentor. A mentor is someone who has gone ahead of you, someone who knows everything. If someone, I always give an example of a mentor is when my eyes are blindfolded and I'm told to run, he's the one or she's the one to hold my hand and run with me. I'll be able to trust the person, right? Because he runs faster or she runs faster than me and he's able to see, or rather they're seeing ahead of me. So all I have to do is to trust. So you need to get someone that you trust so much. And I always say, how is the best way to get a mentor? Just go down on your knees, pray, and God will send the right mentor your way. Don't just look at someone, you've seen this person in the TV, you want to work with that person. Probably the person doesn't have the grace for you. And then after that, we start complaining that I trusted this person to be my mentor, and this is what happens. It's not the person to be blamed, it's you to be blamed. Just pray and ask God to send the right mentor your way. Number 2 is a coach. This is someone who has to train you on the things that you need to do. None of us is perfect. You need someone who understands it best than you do. Number 3 is a therapist. People like saying, I cannot see a shrink, but it gets to a point, we are entrepreneurs. We have a lot of things going on. We don't want to be seen as if you are nagging. For once, get someone who can sit down, who doesn't judge you, who you are very sure of your confidentiality, and you speak it out. Let someone see your problem in a different way. You see, as being entrepreneurs, we always believe that we are the know-it-all. But take a moment and let someone see your problem from their own perspective. Give it to them, sit down and understand it. Problem half shared is problem solved. Or the problems, the way they say it, yes, it's problem solved. So when you speak about it, you'll be able to understand what you'll have a clarity of how you need to do these things. How do you need to work it out? Number 2, remember your why. Why did you start the business? Why did you study that career you're actually handling right now? Why did you study? When you understand your why, it gives you your purpose. But majority of us don't understand our why, or along the way, you forget your why and you start focusing on other things. You look at somebody else and you feel like Martha is succeeding in hospitality. You want to copy Martha in hospitality. You look at Amber and you look at Dr. Amber and you feel like she's succeeding in this area. You want to copy her. You forget your why. Why do you exist in that industry? Develop a self-care package. Next is develop a self-care package. How often do you take care of yourself? Do you go for the spas? Do you go hiking? Do you go gymming? Do you have anything that you want to do for fun to blow off the steam? I actually discovered a new hobby to do the hiking and the gymming, or rather the exercise. I get to blow off the steam. And once in a while, I have to go for the spa. Treat yourself. We work so hard to make other people's lives better, but we forget our own life. I always say, if you die today without enjoying the money you're working hard for, who's going to enjoy it? You understood the pain, but the people you're leaving that money for, they didn't understand your pain. They will be enjoying. So develop a self-care package. Take care of yourself. Value yourself. That is know thyself. How much do you value yourself? Every day in the morning, it was Amber, the Powerhouse panel spoke about speaking to yourself in the morning, prophesying to yourself, being kind to yourself. How often or how many times do you wake up in the morning and tell yourself that you just love who you are, that you're going to be successful, today's going to be successful, or every day in the evening, you go back home and you tell yourself, Mary Ben, today it didn't work out the way I expected, but tomorrow is going to be great. How many times do we tell ourselves that? Actually, I would say out of 100% entrepreneurs, probably 20% do that. But the rest of the group, we get home, we start cussing ourselves, we become so bitter, we start calling ourselves some harsh names, and that is not what we can do. I always say, we believe first before you see what you want to achieve. But a lot of us Africans, we always say you see first for you to believe. But it's not that. Believe first. When you believe what you want to achieve, and then you will see. That is the know yourself. Find a support network. I had spoken about it earlier in the preamble. So find a support network. People who are gonna support you, people who are gonna work with you. This is the community that you need to build. Lastly, stop comparing yourself. When you see RG has organized this all event and you want to do it, or you want to start comparing yourself, oh, he's better than me, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, you're killing your dream. Be who you are, be proud of yourself. Don't compare yourself. You with your own weaknesses, be proud of who you are. Lastly, set your priorities, not tasks. When you set priorities right, the task will be taken care of. But when you start setting tasks without having priorities, you lose it. And have a me time. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Marybeth. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. Claps goes to you. If you can kindly turn off the, yeah, thank you so much. Give me a moment to take a snap of yours. Yep. I think I'll become photographer after every summit. Jokes apart, I used to do photography once upon a time. Definitely draw and create artistic stuff apart from doing business and investing and raising funds. Okay, so I guess we have, last but not the least, our next speaker, Martha Samba. Martha is from Zimbabwe. Martha, if you can kindly turn on your microphone, and I'll request Marybeth to please be with us, as well as all the other speakers. Martha, the stage is all yours. 15 minutes, please.
Okay, good day, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Okay, lovely. Okay, my name is Martha Shumba. All right, yeah, Shumba, that's my surname. It means lion. I was born in a small town called Masvingo in Zimbabwe. And also from another district called Mberengwa. And I migrated to South Africa at the age of 17. So I've lived half my life in Zim, where I was born, and almost half my life in South Africa, where I migrated to. So when I'm speaking, I don't know who I'm speaking from. I might be Zimbabwean, I might be South African. So we can just, you know. So thank you to World Leaders Summit for recognizing us. In 2020, we got our award as one of the best startups, which is great. It has taken us to levels. I mean, whenever I put that picture or just say we got our award, it has opened doors. Like I go and sit in meetings in Zim and be like, we are connected, you know, to world leaders, over 100 people, and we come with an army. So when I'm going to present out there, I'm going with everybody from World Leaders Summit as the army that is not behind us, but you know, our partners and collaborators who are holding our hands in this journey. So I always talk about power is in the wallet, which translates to the power is in the pocket, in the money, economic empowerment, economic development. It's not easy, you know, being here after COVID, things just went south during COVID. A lot of people were left stuck. We didn't know where to go, but thanks to technology, innovation and technology, we are online. But here is the thing.
That you're not.
Okay, am I still on or something is happening? Okay, so this is me coming from a village and thinking about where I come from. Mberengwa, Masvingo, let's talk about Zambia, let's talk about Malawi, let's talk about rural Uganda, Mpumalanga in South Africa. There are a lot of people who could be in this summit. There are a lot of people who could be hearing this, but because of the digital inequality and divide first in rural Africa, we don't have them here. They don't have access to technology. They don't have access to computers. Most of them don't know how to use a computer. They've never seen a computer before. Giving you a story, my own story, in 2010, I was out of high school already. I'd never touched a computer. I didn't know how to use a computer. Most of the jobs required that. I would apply for jobs as a receptionist. I would apply a job in any office work. They want somebody who knows how to type. And I'm right there from the village. We've never seen that. We don't know how it looks like. Even to switch it on, it was just something else. So that's where my story began. Like this digital divide and inequality faced in rural Africa is putting us to a disadvantage when we want to access other things or opportunities offered around the world. And this is not just one in billions of people out there in case study Africa who are facing this very same challenge, and it's taking too long. And the divide put us 100, I can say 10 to 20 years behind in everybody who is in a developed country. If you see a 17-year-old girl in the USA or in Europe is different from a 17-year-old in Mberengwa or in Masvingo. The gap is too huge because they will finish school. After finishing school, by luck or by chance, they will find themselves maybe in South Africa or which is much better now. They find themselves in another area where they will learn computers and then it's kind of tough. So I come from the background of mainly NPOs, NGOs, the civil society organization, where I've been with the Organization of African Youth since 2013. I'm part of the Pan-African ICT Association. I'm also doing radio broadcasting at Radio 54 African Panorama. And in these organizations, we've tackled different issues, including technology. They are also our partners. So rather than to just go on being an activist, what we call now professional matchers, I decided that we need to move more into economic empowerment through skills development and entrepreneurship. I have a foundation called the She Did Foundation, which translates to the mother and the father coming together, or a community raising a child. So our primary focus where activism is concerned is the boy, child, young men, as well as youth. But in this case, I will speak on the innovation and technology, including our entrepreneurship. So we started this program on skills development and entrepreneurship. And why skills development and entrepreneurship in Africa? Because many African countries are bearing the burden of economies that have largely failed to include participation of most of their citizens, especially young people in rural areas. We now have this group of trapped young people on the sidelines because they are educated but inexperienced, and there are a whole lot of them. Policymakers are battling to find solutions to make this problem go away. So unlike developed countries, Africa still lacks a comprehensive entrepreneurship strategy for its citizens. And this is not lessening the unemployment that is still annoyingly, I think, around 25%. So this is where we decided as civil society, we need to come in. We cannot leave everything to the government and say they need to, yes, they play a very a major role, but if you have migrated to Johannesburg and learned a skill, it is time for you to go back to the same village where you identified the challenge or the problem and you feed them. You raise a child, you pick a child and say, it took me 20 years or it took me 15 years to learn how to use a computer or to get to where I am. I can lessen that period of somebody else who is still in primary school. I can introduce this. So we started the She Did iHub, Information Hub, which is now operating in Uganda. We are also setting up in Malawi, Zimbabwe as well, and South Africa. We started the online trainings as of August, but the numbers were not so much because of what I mentioned. Most of our beneficiaries, they've never used a computer, they've never touched the computer. And with you know, the charges or the data bundles in Africa, it's becoming very, very difficult. So we are coming in with a solution to set up hubs in rural Africa. And the aim is to be a vehicle for the promotion of the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in rural Africa, aimed at digital skills development, digital skills transfer for human capital capacity development, providing youth digital transformation. The Innovation and Research Hub also provide SMME, business development support to startups within various sectors such as information and communication technology, advanced manufacturing, green economy, and bioeconomy. Our vision is to take innovation to the people by establishing co-creation and innovation spaces in the townships and rural areas, thereby giving local communities access to computers, internet, entrepreneurship, mentors, networking opportunities. ICT skills development and entrepreneurship. We are running this program, which is aiming to bridge the digital divide, enhance the culture of entrepreneurship. The 4IR for Rural Economic Development as well is a program founded to address the critical need for the inclusion of rural youth to strengthen economic prosperity through strong innovations, skills, and entrepreneurship development. Sorry, I'm a bit fast because of our time. I hope everything is going smooth. So we also respond to the low rate of digital inclusion, digital skills transfer, innovation, and research, most especially among the township entrepreneurs and the rural people in Africa. So we're not only focusing on providing opportunities for talented or promising township-based youth, but also aims to develop solutions. We acknowledge that the greatest tool in empowering a nation is to implant knowledge and transfer skills to the people, and that relates to our skills training division of arming our people with the skills. Like I highlighted, our objectives: increase economic participation of rural youth in Africa, to imbue and popularize the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship among young people, and to reduce acute challenges faced by rural youth to realize economic potential, increase financial capacity for rural youth to increase rural development, minimize influx into urban areas and migration. I mean, given what's been happening in Southern Africa, the issue of migration always comes up, and we answer this, connecting it to only to what you call it, political instability, but not also looking at how we can come in as organizations to address the economic challenges first. Build a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa through synergy of ICT and business startup training, increase information dissemination channels, increase science, technology, engineering, and mathematics pass rate to qualify for information and technology rollout. So what's been happening is that most young people are not able to enroll for IT degrees simply because of their marks in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So to aid to the computer iHubs or labs, we are also aiding the libraries that are focusing on STEM books, your science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and do pay-to-pay education, where those who are very good in mathematics are able to come in and teach the others. For information dissemination, we use platforms like this. We also use radio senders, like I mentioned, the Radio 54. We've got Pictures Radio 98.7. We've got your SABC, where we also go and speak about what we are offering. We make sure that the information is transferred from one organization to another. We've partnered with so many organizations. We are working with so many people. I know some of my people who are listening from Malawi, from Zambia, from Zim, from Uganda, from all over Africa. So we don't have to always go there and register. We just partner with an existing organization. So we have that partnership with PITA. We have the Dominion Business Investment, which have partnered with because of their Cisco accreditation. We are in partnership with CompTIA as well. So we're gonna start rolling out our programs in January that we've partnered with CompTIA. We have the radios that I mentioned. We've done presentations at UN events as well early this year. I'm also part of the Africa Civic Engagement Academy 2022 cohort, which is powered by the University of Georgia and sponsored by the US department. With partnerships with the Uganda local government, their Department of Education, as well as their
Martha, sorry to interrupt. We have
yes,
please.
Yes, my time. I wasn't watching. So with all that, you can follow me on my social media. That's Martha Shumba, Martha Matarenda Shumba. You can find me on my social networks. And thank you so much for everybody who is here and those who are watching. Thank you.
I can tell you something about this young lady. So we actually awarded her, which she was mentioning in her first line of speech, that how that award and the entire network actually helped her to grow. To be very honest, that year we awarded probably approximate 30 plus people across the world. And we awarded a gold medal from USA to a gentleman in Australia for the amazing work that he has done. Well, World Leaders Summit as a platform, this is the beauty. You come, you network, you grow together. That's the concept. And when we are growing together, the main aspect of this program is becoming part of it. Handshake with us, be a partner. We are totally open to make things happen. A lot of people probably don't know what is going on in the background of World Leaders Summit while we are actually hosting it. One of our speaker, I'm really sorry from her behalf, she'll be speaking tomorrow. She is a speaker from Romania, got an accident. So she texted me that she has got an accident on the road. So there is another person, he's from Saudi Arabia, got a different kind of situation that he couldn't manage time, as well as there are load shedding that's happening in Africa. So we tried our best. We started with a bang, definitely, and we wanted to give the honor to our dearest ambassador from Africa, who is actually leading all these kind of activities in Ghana, Farouk. But due to some technical issues, Farouk couldn't actually speak that time. He's an absolutely great speaker. So I'm not gonna close this World Leaders Summit, but before I do give the mic to him, I would love to give thanks to all the speakers, all the panelists, and all the participants. You guys are amazing. I can tell you the number of share that happened from social media, 57 sharing happened. More than 30 comments came in directly into the live telecast that we are doing, and more than probably 100 plus messages that we have got. We are really, really blessed to have all of you for all these things. Whatever numbers I'm telling, you can just go to the World Leaders Summit page. You can check things that how things are happening. This is vibrating. Thank you, Nina, for all the support that you did. Nina was with us from the beginning of the summit. You are amazing ambassador of World Leaders Summit. And I'm going to give this bat to someone who is close to my heart. Farooq, can you please kindly do the honor? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you very much, Arijit. What a session it has been. Very impactful one. To be very honest with you, my diary is full here. So much knowledge. I always say that, look, it's a learning experience anytime such great leaders converge. We come here together to impact and also learn. So I'm very excited. What ran through everybody's presentations is the sheer humility, the desire and the passion to impact on the younger generation. And one of our speakers really emphasized the need for us to really go beyond technology to be able to share this knowledge, this powerhouse of information that we have to those who are, are not technology, lucky to be able to have access to this very powerful, enterprise that we have. I'm particularly excited. The World Leaders Forum is one that I take so much, it's close to my heart because this is the convergence, this is the gathering, this is the nexus of knowledge. This is where leaders come and impact on whatever they've learned, their experience to the world. And what is exciting me is the numbers, the statistics that you shared with us indicates that yes, indeed, we are hitting some very exciting homes, people in their offices, wherever they are still with us and they are getting this knowledge. Leadership is very important. Like I always emphasize, we are pathfinders, we are catalysts. And once we are able to, come together to stay strong, at times as leaders, you have people questioning us and say, why do we get this passion from? Why are we so selfless? And there are times you want to doubt yourself. But when you come to such forums, such gatherings, you see that, yes, you have allies on this journey. You are being selfless is the way to go. At times you want to ask yourself, why am I so selfless? But we think that we are lucky. We are the select few. And once we come together, we shouldn't end the camaraderie here. We should go beyond the summits. We should interact amongst ourselves. For me, I've listed everybody here. Definitely after this summit, I'm definitely going to go to Amit Arijit and say, look, share these people's contact because I'm highly impacted today. I tell you what, to be brutally honest, my diary is full from page to page. I've taken so much notes. On behalf of, as an ambassador of World Leaders Summit, representing Africa, I want to take this wonderful opportunity to say thank you all for gathering. Thank you all for passionately sharing knowledge with us. I want to close this session, but one thing that I want to close this session with is that we should always remind ourselves we are catalysts and we are pathfinders. Thank you all very much. Looking forward to tomorrow's session for another brilliant and impactful one. I'm very excited. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Sure.